Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Sorry, I'm running a little late. I was waiting on some data. Um, how's everyone? No Hat Thursday. That's not a thing. The reason I wear a hat is because I can't stream with all this fucking hair, right? When do I sleep? Never. Are you mad because I showed up on time for market open? I was a little late, right? It's good enough. So we're almost break even with the close from the previous day. Ding ding. Wait, is it? No, not yet. It's still a pre-market candle. Why the fuck does that look like? Oh, this is gonna get fucking spicy quick. Go back to sleep. Look at this. The market's not even open yet. Now, ding ding. Turn on view up. It's on. Doing a weird. It's just all the volume's trading up. We don't need a lot of volume right away. We just need up, right? We can wait till the late afternoon for volume. Elon Musk, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, once again. Can you explain what happens if we reach Gamma Max and stay above it? Well, hopefully Gamma Max moves up again. I expect people will jump into more calls again today that they bailed on yesterday. The reason Gamma Max dropped yesterday was like a lot of shorter term out of the money calls got sold off when they dropped the price in like the late afternoon. Cat has been dropping. What's a good price for re-entry? I would continue to wait on it. I think it can fall probably a bit further down to like the 184 level. I don't know if it'll fall below 184 again. It hasn't done that in a while, but it could potentially. GG, boys. Oh, it's not over yet. Thoughts on the Russell move? I have calls on that. What's it doing? Ooh, nice. should probably, I still need to open my other brokerages. Yeah, I mean, it's coming right up to my price target for this week. Apocalator, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club, dude. I never know what to write here. I don't know, just tell us about how the gigafactories are losing billions of dollars. Did you see Jamie mentioned in Dow Jones article moving from growth to value index? Let's see below. All three will jump into the Russell 1000 value index, and their weights in the Russell 1000 growth index will dwindle. GameStop will make the trip, though it will lose its place in the growth index. What the fuck? How the fuck is GameStop a value stock? What are the requirements for it to be moved into the alternate index? That's weird. Could Philadelphia be using those out-of-the-money call exercises to satisfy OPEC's obligations? No, technically. They're not they're not like closed position only, right? They're being opened and closed. So they're like an arbitrage play on the ticker. They're not being held open. So they're not like just exercising the contracts and collecting shares. They're pairing them with puts and then exercising the puts as well. Yes, I'm quite the value investor with my 5 shares. Any impact of moving the indexes on FTDs? I mean, no. But it could cause selling as one ETF sells off and another buys. Bobby's still moving up. This opening volume is so low. I know. We're only at 87,000 volume so far. Just the smaller PE. Any comment on the move from Russell growth to value? I mean, it seems kind of ridiculous, but moving Russells could be a potential can kicking opportunity. Uh, yes, except I don't think it occurs till July. The actual shift. Like I know the declaration by Russell is this month, but like the actual sell off is in, I believe it's in July. I think it starts in the beginning of July. What's the rebalance schedule this year? Well, let me look. I didn't expect us to be moved out of the index. Russell rebalance 2022. Reconstitution. June's transition month. Ooh. Tomorrow. I want to find out the provincial Russell U.S. indexes will be published beginning June 3rd. Okay. Process for reconstitution. Rank day. June 3rd. Preliminary list of additions and deletions to the indexes. The changes go into effect after close Friday, June 21st. Market capitalization range for the Russell 1000. Equity. News. Hold on one second. I'm trying to see if this is net positive or not. It's not showing up yet as of yesterday. It looks like GameStop would have a lot more weight in the value index. I don't know if that's a positive for us though. Yeah, morning DD's pinned to the top, Johnny. We did it, 100,000 volume. The heaviest weighted company in the growth index is, or value index is Berkby at 1.3 billion, or 1.3 trillion. Is that trillion? Why is that showing it like that? Oh, because that's its weighted cost. What's the fucking market cap? $596 billion. Okay. Interesting. So I think, I mean, if GameStop's transitioning, if it hasn't moved in and it's moving in today or tomorrow, it's definitely going to be more liquid in the growth index than it is currently in the value index. Or it's going to be more liquid in the value index than it currently is in growth. The market cap weighting here is way different. Because like the growth index has companies like Apple and shit in it that are like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. Yeah, it's not going to move out of XRT. First of all, that's a S&P index. That's not a Russell index. Like it's going to stay in the big ones. I think it'll stay in IJR, it stays in XRT, it stays in VTI. Baba breaking out. Ooh, interesting. I think institutions left. A lot of institutions left when it moved to the 1000. Yeah. Well, that's because it's not that a lot of institutions left. Just the bigger institutions that owned it sold out because their weighting in the sector was no longer as high. Like GME and the Russell. GME was the largest market cap in the Russell 2000s when it moved into the Russell 1K. So they sold off all the shares that they held in order to weight it against the previous index. This looks like it'd be net buy. So that'd be a positive, but also would create more ETF liquidity. Well, this means we're likely to see a rise in FTDs 35 days after the index rebalance. It could. Do they wait for tomorrow to cover when someone else is buying? Mm, I mean, they can wait till tomorrow, but I don't know if they will. We're up on the day right now. This is usually a pretty good sign. Can you talk about your preference for Ashi charts versus normal candlesticks? I mean, if I turn on normal candlesticks, the volume it's gonna be all over the fucking place because volume on GameStop is so low. Whereas Ashi has a smoothing effect, so we can see the volume trends better. That's also a large part of my reason for my preference of Ashi and other stocks and stuff as well. It displays volume trends more accurately or with less noise. I mean, GameStop should perform better with increasing interest rates. They don't have any long term debt. NYSE link notice. Closing imbalance, 3:50 p.m. Hmm. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's just the rules guidelines for R1K tomorrow. Wouldn't that mean net buying for the transition? Yeah, but it'll probably occur in like aftermarket block trades. Like I don't think we're gonna see like net buying during the day. Like usually it's all settled out in the closing imbalance out of dark pools. Is there a scenario in which they postpone covering at July, thus repeating Feb March? Or is June OPEX fundamentally different in that regard? I mean, it's different in the sense that the obligations due weren't just rolled forward. Like Feb obligations weren't that significant to begin with, and the ones that were there were rolled forward. So we saw a price improvement in Feb, but it was minimal, right? And then those obligations were rolled forward into March and June. So a lot of the obligations carried forward into this close, and then if you look at the put OI on XRT that was closed out last Friday, significantly higher in volume than the put OI closed out in Feb. So if those are used to mark long, I mean, it should be an indication of the number of obligations that need to be purchased. Our volume is suspiciously low. Can you address my super chat question when you have a minute? I might have missed it. No, I didn't. Did I? No. Okay, I got it. Sorry, I was pretty far behind on chat. Are you buying cat? I will probably soon. I have some already at 190 and 195, but I'll buy more. Yeah, the bid ask spread right now at the money is about $1.15. 80 cents to $1.20. It's starting to move a little bit more. Thoughts on BB major rug pull in the works? That's what stops are for. There always seems to be a rule change, GME releasing shares, an index change, a war, or a well-positioned boof to ruin the perfect setup for big runs. Yeah, I know, right? The French COVID loans are at like a very, very low interest rate, and I think it's fixed rate. Those are also short-term debt. And they have the cash on hand to pay those off if they wanted to. Q draw a line to ease my aching soul. I mean, there really isn't one, right? There's no trend here because there's no volume. Like I can draw a trend line, but it's just bullshit. Yeah, God's angel. I mean, well, not really, but sort of. Her. He doesn't even know about the Russell 1K ETF double inverse offset deferral window internalization. Rug pull on BBBY. BBBY is on the bottom of a rug pull. How much? I mean, there's not that much more room to the downside, right? Frags? No. Is it possible for SPY and SPX to diverge drastically? I mean, it shouldn't be. There can be some, like, arbitrage between them. Who do you have do your taxes? I have, like, an accountant. Yeah, it's usually, I mean, when you go to, like, a firm or something, they're going to charge you more for having to do line by line. We just need to fill the 138.35 gap from this morning. 138.35 gap from this M? Was there a gap this morning? Okay. A little one. I mean, we don't have to fill it. We could, though. This looks not optimal. This looks like nothing. The gap's not filled. The gap goes down to 137, 137.02. Well, there's gaps down to 137.02. It's not fun. It's just a bunch of us single dads gambling child support on zero DTEs. Volume expectations for this OPEX. So we tried to do a little bit of the math on it last night and estimate the volume from ETFs and the previous covering versus, well, I tried to estimate the volume in the previous covering on ETFs and like Nave Gex covering. I would say roughly 5 million at a minimum, like 5 million volume hitting the tape. We're nowhere near that. In addition to the delta hedging, right? The last 2 days have been 85%, like 85+% delta hedging intraday volume. Holy Baba Pickle Man. It's just, eh, it'll probably continue to run. 115. Actually, this looks really good. Yeah, maybe I'll buy some zero DTs. It's fun. It's a nice consolidation. Still almost $1 at the bid ask. And that's really wide. Can we get a fear meter for days? What's there to be scared of? $229,000. Oh, in the last 3 days? 3 million 1.8, and then like 200,000 today. I remember when Baba was at like 260. Yeah. Put the bull meter up and set it to 11. Let's fucking go. Bro, we had 24 million volume in May when you said it was Gex and not OPEX. Now you're going to expect 5 million? I said at a minimum 5 million. That's assuming that they're not covering basically any uh they're basically not covering any ETF obligations whatsoever. And that's without delta hedging. Most of the volume that occurs during OPEX is delta hedging. But we can't factor in delta hedging into, like, we just 5 million in buy volume, right? The rest of that fucking volume is just hedging. Like, do you really think that like billions of shares of GameStop were like fucking bought in January of 2021? It's all delta hedging volume. People are scared because they've over leveraged themselves. Their problem, usually. I'm still blaming you for not playing the full bull song. Not till 150. Win 169. I don't know. Later today, I hope. Still up. Spy doing a thing? Looks good. I don't know. It kind of looks like it's just going to continue to get rejected at like 377. Unless it bounces here. Should have slept in today. Patience. What's the worry? What's the time crunch? If you bought July 15s, you don't have to worry about shit. If you bought weeklies, that's your fucking problem. I don't care. You think we'll test GM this week? We might. Like I said, everything we track looks good. That's because people bought weeklies. Yeah, but I don't care about them. Like, if you bought weeklies, that's your fucking problem. You shouldn't have. It's stupid. I couldn't have said it more. I played your end of day backwards, and it says YOLO into weeklies over and over and over again. Where's the bull line? Where do I not have to hear all this fucking bullshit anymore? Like here? After we cross 142.45, I don't have to fucking listen to this crap. I bought a Charleston Chew. That's a solid investment. Yeah. But if I lose all the money that I've spent on weeklies, I don't give a shit, right? I'm not going around the Discord whining about how my weeklies are burning up. They're just fucking weeklies. Like, either they print or they don't. I don't really care what happens with them. That's what weeklies are good for. Volume's picking up a little bit. If we don't run by tomorrow, will you hold your calls through next week or close and re-enter? I'll close and re-enter. Most likely just close. People making high risk plays with money they don't want to lose and then crying about it. Yeah. Your weeklies seem to be like 0.5% of your OPEX investment capital. Less than that. Also, the majority of my options position is still up like 40 to 50%. So if you bought options last week, I don't think you're worried at all right now, especially if you bought far dated calls. If you bought weeklies this week, you're probably fucked, which I tried to tell everyone like 5,000 fucking times over the last 2 months. Um, if you bought far dated calls this week, you're probably not down much unless you bought them like at the peak on Tuesday. In which case you waited to buy in, so you had no confidence. You think it's also risky to buy a Rolex watch from a guy on Fifth Avenue? I mean, it's probably not going to be a real Rolex. Same like market maker shares, right? If EPAM breaks 320, what's the next resistance? Um, there's a low resistance here at like like 340, 341. There's a little bit of one here at like 330 too. 330 and 340 are like the next two big ones to the upside. I don't really have this charted out much. Ew. Well, that failed to break out. Spy drop? Yeah. Why is borrow rate not mooning this OPEX? It's up. Borrow rate. I think Fidelity went up this morning. Yeah, Fidelity went up 0.25 BPS this morning. IBKR has 4,000 shares to borrow. I mean, they're trying not to borrow shares, obviously. We should really take a quick look at our favorite stock to hate, AMC. What's it doing? Jesus. That's not in line with GameStop. That's like a lot of divergence through an OPEX period. At what price would you be willing to play the original Riku song and all people who are whining about their weeklies? Just go to lemonparty.org and you guys will be happy. What the hell is that? Borrow 33.5, rebates only 32.24, so there is room. For July OPEX, what are the dates? The 15th is when it begins. The market's going to crash next week. Why? You still need a catalyst for the market to crash. Don't do it. It's a trap. What? You send me your soft landing, TD. No problem, Jerome Powell. Anything for you. They returned 35,000 shares to IBKR. Okay. Will this be a good time to short Baba long dated puts? Risky. China's going to be doing their QE soon. And when they start doing that, I expect Baba will go up quite a bit. If selling CCs on an OPEX run, how many DTE is generally safe? It used to be like a quarter, but with July OPEX so soon, I mean, you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 6, 11. There's only 16 days till the next OPEX expiration. Wrong, IBK is out of shares still. I mean, it's not like 35,000 shares fucking matters anyway, Willem. Once again, we need to put people who scream market crash after every little red candle on the SPY in the corner for 5 minutes. The market is obviously going to crash in 3 seconds because reasons. Thoughts on lending shares? Considering they're gobbled up, would I be in danger of losing anything? No. I mean, you don't lose your shares if they're lent. Now good entry for Cat. You said 185 earlier. You think there's more room to the downside now that it broke through? Potentially. Wait, here, I'll just show you. God damn it. Let's do this bullshit again. There it is. So there's still room for it to drop more. It's kind of right on the resistance though. Did it bounce? And it kind of looks like it's just falling straight through. So there's more room to the downside here. I would still wait. Still not a lot of money going into value stocks right now. 300,000 volume. Went to grab a coffee. Did I miss anything? No. If DDS is in the basket, is it worth having a dabble now? It's fallen under 250 again. Oh. I mean, it can go lower. 225 is like a better range, I think. Since Ivy is not rising, are MM not expecting a run? Wouldn't they be pricing it in? Do you think I need to YOLO into 0 DTEs if we don't run today? I mean, it is priced in. They started pricing in a run last week. The options premiums are already way high compared to where they were last Wednesday. Put the Hank and Ashi candles back on again. Boom. Are you likely to sell CCs starting next week? Yeah. I just spent over $1 on a 1 DTE that's 20% out of the money. I think a run is priced in. It definitely is. No gex from last Friday either. Weird. Eh. It is, yeah. Wait, there's another OPEX in July? Yes. Jimmy 150 end of day. I think they're crazy enough to run it on a Friday. I mean, Friday's the last possible settlement date. Do the volume candles look bullish to you? Not really. Isn't Jimmy volume supposed to be low? Because no one sells until they start covering? I mean, yeah, we see a volume decline into like most covering events. Zoom out, draw a Dorito. So if no OPEX today, July 8 calls, free money? No. This no volume is so confusing. Could you clarify your thoughts on divergence from what we know they are boofing? What do you mean the divergence from Dominic? If you were them, when would you cover? Later today, tomorrow? You mentioned covering on Friday is a bad idea. Well, it is because 0 DTEs are open. And that can like blow gamma max out. So they don't want that ideally. Well, the market maker wouldn't want that. I don't think the ETFs would give a shit. What happens if they don't cover by Friday? They would fail their margin requirements? I mean, if the ETFs don't satisfy their balance, their funds would collapse. They would become detached from their indices. Like, they have to maintain their NAV. Almost all runs start at 1:30 p.m. or later. It's true. Is this not just the plain old killing of weeklies? I mean, it's killing weeklies. Bought into my position last Thursday, so I'm not worried about exiting tomorrow thanks to your education. So I appreciate the knowledge. If we don't run tomorrow, would you have any initial thoughts on how the hell they boofed it? Any theories? Mm, some, but I don't like them. um, if they're using it would boil down mostly to those in the money calls that they've been exercising. If they're not clearing FTDs with them, if they're using them to flip positionally, that would be very bad. It would be illegal, technically, but also very bad. I guess it would be evidence of crime. Well, sort of. Background lurker here. Just wanted to say thanks for being a great teacher. The book list has yielded results already. Nice. Also, shout out to the community folks who share meaningful insight in the Dilly Discord. Cheers. Thanks, DH. I appreciate it, man. If it doesn't run today, my kid doesn't go to college. I mean, they make money on these runs, right? Patience sounds like the key. Yeah, they do. Here comes the what if questions. I know. So far, I'm not aware of any rule change that's got into effect today that would be an issue for us. No volume now, but way more than we expected during the May run. That's the only thing that has me concerned right now. Yeah, I mean, but everything for the May run was there. We just didn't expect that much. And there was also just a shitload of calls bought when we were trading at like $80, right? So during this period, when we dipped after March, like this accumulation period, longs were like loading up hard. So like the covering in May wasn't really all that significant, but the amount of gamma exposure created because of all these calls was huge. My biggest problems with this run is call volume still pretty light. And that's because everyone kind of burned their cash out in May. And that's why Gamma Max isn't really climbing the way we want to see it. Like it even dropped off a little bit today because people sold out of weeklies yesterday. As far as like the trend goes, I mean, it like the technicals are bullish as hell, right? Like that's a sweet fucking continuation pattern. Your buddy J-Pow's on TV in a minute. I mean, maybe that's why everything's stagnating so much. No, so everyone else can know. What is NAV? I mean, NAV is your like net asset value for an ETF, right? So it represents the value of all securities held by that ETF. And so those securities need to be bought to balance that NAV and rebalance every quarter. I feel like everything's just kind of stagnating due to JPOW today. What time's his speech? 1 minute? It's at 10 a.m. The second half of his testimony, right? Initial jobless claims came out this morning. How did those look? Let me check. Seasonally adjusted initial claims. Decrease of 2,000. Increase of 4,500 over the last 4-week moving average. Okay, so jobless claims are down. It was up 5,000? What? Oh, okay. Up 5,000. Prior year 3 million. Okay, so year over year they're way the fuck down, but month over month it looks like there's a slight uptick. So Powell's like 30 minutes into his fucking testimony already. Is he just not saying anything bullish? Lenixis, he told you we won't run. He said we won't run. Then he YOLO'd thousands of dollars into weeklies. Then he sold them all. And then he disappeared again. I took out a short position on CELH yesterday. I'm getting absolutely reamed. Is CELH running because of OPEX? Celsius Holdings. What the fuck is this? Calorie burning fitness company? Okay, so you took out a short position last week. You're getting, I mean, you're getting reamed out today. I don't know why the fuck it's up 8% today. A 0.9% down to, I mean, it looks like you had an opportunity to get out yesterday. Yeah, it pushed up pretty hard this morning. I have no idea. This doesn't look like, I mean, it could be OPEX, but I don't really think this is following similar trend patterns. Maybe a little bit. It's kind of more dramatic. Lower float, I guess. Is there, do they have like retail or something? Hey dude, we're trying to learn trading so that we can move into a nicer spot than your downstairs neighbor's trash can. If you could stop murdering my kids I've been sending up to learn, that would be great. I'm stuck sending the B team of Wasp Win and Wasp Stefan next. Thank you, VWasp Queen. Thoughts on the low strike weekly contracts added today on GME and BBY? Is that an inverse head and shoulders on Bobby? I mean, this breakout is not really on the 1 hour, maybe. No, yeah, I really don't see like an inverse head and shoulders here. Kind of a bullish reversal. I mean, it looks good. It looks like it's going to continue to push up today. All of these kind of look bullish. I wonder if they're just waiting for the testimony to wrap up. Does anybody know what time it ends? Because I mean, the SPY is doing kind of the same shit today, right? Like just really not trading. Oh, they make drinks? All right, follow me here. FedEx puts estimated EPS is 687 for quarter four. Pre-pandemic high was 184. Is that like a significant drop though? X estimate 688. They don't report quarter four till June? What the fuck? Oh, they reported it last night. I don't think so, dude. Was it this morning or last night? Was this earnings were this morning? No, they're tonight. Maybe. Their last earnings fucking missed and were lower at 4.59, and the next day the price of the stock went up, and they're estimating a higher range today. I mean, if they roughly fall on or beat their estimate, I don't think they're going to go down. Unless you have some reason to think that they would miss hard. I mean, they're going to take a hit because of oil prices. People are confusing Celsius coin with the stock Celsius. Oh, those aren't the same thing. OPEC's dead? Not yet. Cat under 184. I know. Have you considered that they're waiting for full bull to start the OPEC's covering? Maybe you should play it once just to get things started. I told you 150. 1 DTE is a good play. I mean, no, they're super risky. Text me if I miss anything. For sure. Pure mayhem. Price prediction today? Don't know yet. I'd like to see us start breaking to the upside. Oh, Jesus. Target up today. IWM up today. What's XRT doing? XRT looks good too. Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of stagnation due to the Fed testimony. House price to rent ratio is at an all-time high. Don't you understand? If you want Jimmy to VUP, we need pickles on the chart. You say that, but I don't know if it's entirely true. Thank you for the pickle, sir. Just doing my part to manipulate the markets. All I'm saying is pickles on the chart definitely doesn't hurt anything. If you won't play, I'll make you read it. I can be green. I can be red. I can be violent upside. That's not even the lyrics, Petzel. Draw a bull sock with a C. Thank you, Mick Davis. Let's say we figure out how to be consistently profitable in trading the cycles. Is there a point where success brings in more retail, bringing in more hype, bringing in more retail, where too many people playing the cycles distorts the mechanics? Yeah, that's awesome, right? Why would covering for OPEX be delayed by this JPOW hearing? Because the market maker is not going to hedge their fucking positive exposure if the market's going to tank, right? Premature Guybrush deployment yesterday impeded the run. Interesting. What number rips the pickle standing? Contract value is not really moving up on this. Good morning. I just want to say thank you for all you do. Because of you, I can now afford to donate to your perm fund. Once completed, also please also bleach tips. Uh, thanks, dude. I'm not getting a perm. JPOW finna rug pull us unless, yes, unless T+4 because holiday, but they can literally start end of Friday into Monday, right? Yeah, if they halted it into close Friday, in which case, like, obviously I wouldn't sell my calls, right? You explain it's not just the rolling, it's the closing of XRT puts. Those puts are used to, oh shit. Those puts are used to mark long, right? So they use those puts to mark long the creation. So that they get an additional 35 calendar days to settle. So when those puts close, they have to cover, they close it. I mean, they set them at the quarter where they're going to cover uh, their creation obligations. The ETF, or the ETF is going to cover their creation obligations. Usually those obligations are cash settled, and then the ETF goes out and covers themselves. I recently got new headphones, and every time you go silent for so long, I think they're broken. Affirm? Is it doing something cool? It's got a nice little run going. Yeah, it looks good. I wonder what Docu's doing today. Also running. That's a good sign. That was it. OPEC's over. Shit. Is cat gonna hit 200 between now and September? If you're buying $200 calls on cat when it's trading at 195 or 184, fucking best of luck to you. Tell me the 5-minute doesn't look primed. I'm well aware it does. Any validity on BBBY being PCO? I mean, I think it's just the obscure fucking broker that did it. There's no notices from OCC. So maybe for their own internal risk models at that fucking like random brokerage, they PCO'd it. But that has very little to do with the stock, right? It's not like the OCC set a PCO order on BBBY. You check options flow for today? Probably pretty bullish. Give it a look. Someone bought $1 million worth of $95 puts. Oh, they bought them and then sold them. Never mind. It was like 5.05 million or 5.5. That $550,000 worth, and then they sold them. A little bit of arbitrage. $100 worth of put. Jan 23 puts sold. Jan 90 puts also look sold. 105 calls. So Philadelphia is fucking doing its thing again. Some 140s, 150s. Not too much long call volume, but I'm sure this will help bring some in. Thanks, Tyler. Kindly consider smushing your candles so 1 cent moves don't look like OPEX. I mean, I want to see the volume coming in. That's why I have it zoomed in. I mean, yeah, I'm well aware that this is not anything crazy. JPound notified us of his concern for commercial freezers in Manhattan with our products without user registration compliance. What? The fuck? What? Why do I get such weird fucking ko-fis? You have until 5 p.m. to register your black market inventory or withdraw our soft landing sponsorship. Also, it's NVIDIA. I know it's NVIDIA. Oh well. Looks like we're going to lose the Trader Joe's sponsorship today, guys. Check DMs. XRT shares outstanding net asset value. Jesus Christ, they're trying to blow it up again. Oh. Ooh. That's the 5 million shares, turd. But they can't just report them without buying them. That's what I said. I said 5 million shares. Oh, I did the math right. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to show it on the stream. Look at this shit. When it goes green, we do VOPs. This means nothing to me. What? It means everything. It means 5 million shares created in XRT. Or, well, 5 million shares of XRT returned to XRT. What makes it green? Well, because when they return shares, they have to buy the underlying stock that makes up the basket, right? The people need it. They do. Here, look at like the May run. Here's the May run. Let's see where we go from May 20th, 4 million shares, and then we flip positive, right? Here's March. This is bullish as fuck. Yes, that's what I just said. Also, Turd, are you paying for the fucking ETF data again? Or is this one just available through FINRA? Well, usually it's a couple day lag, right? Because it's going from like it's usually going up much slower. Like it's not just jumping, it's going like I'll just bring it back up again. It's easier. Oh, there he is. Nope. See how it just jumped to green from red? But if you look at like the May run, it slowly trickles up, right? Like the biggest jump is here on like May 20th to 23rd. But then as we move into the peak, the increase in shares outstanding is much slower. Yes, Velvet Jupiter, hype. What mean? I just went over that. For people who may not know what they're looking at, what are we looking at? I just answered that. Am I just behind? Nebraska, thank you so much, man. Spicy? Fuck yeah, it is. Have they bought the shares? I mean, technically, right? This is the number of shares they still need to return, or the ones they've already returned? Returned but not bought yet, if that makes sense. Does this remind you of the price action of any other OPEC cycles? Yes, but it feels accelerated. Like there's the mm, it's hard to explain. It's more bullish. Does that marry up with your expectations for a volume when they do cover? I mean, that married up with my total minimum expectation. Although I was extremely conservative because there's so much noise and like unknowns. So really all I could base it off of was like forward gamma imbalance and like a rough estimate of the volume due to ETF covering. And then I had to trim that because I was using like March and November. Um, and they're kind of vastly different. I tried August, but August is still too hard because there's so many GME FTDs in August. So to summarize, I should remortgage my grandparents' house for weeklies now. Got it. Thanks, Bullish Cat. Calls on next week. I mean, next week looks spicy too, yeah. So like I understand FINRA holiday deferral. Like FINRA grants that +2, right? Essentially, because you know the Reg T settlement is today. Or no, Reg T settlement is tomorrow, 24th, right? Um, but the ETF rebalance is different. It's not it's not under like FINRA settlement obligations. It's based on their charter and the index rules they track. And so they don't really have any statements regarding how they handle holidays. They just have like a set number of business days that occur for rebalance to be completed. So it's very hard to tell when the ETFs have to buy. That's one of the reasons like we caution so strongly against weeklies. Like we know market makers have to cover this week, but we don't know if the ETFs have to. Has JPEL finished? I don't know. I came up with the same number. Awesome. You have to, and also to, I think it was like poker degen earlier. OPEX runs really aren't, like the volume on an OPEX run isn't all covering. So if we see like 24 million volume, right? Only a percentage of that is actual covering. The vast majority of the volume on an OPEX run comes from delta hedging. Like 90% of it. So if they returned yesterday, T2, so the ETF would buy tomorrow or Monday? If what we suspect about their positioning is true and they used forwards to cover their imbalance, then they would close those forward contracts to satisfy their shares outstanding, right? And then the writer of the contract would have 2 days to deliver. And if the closing of those is cash settled, then yesterday would have been the day that the ACH cleared. And that would mean that the buying would occur in T2. Well, just two. Well, T2, yeah, T2 works. So no run today? I don't know about that. We still have the market maker still has to cover. JPal's still talking, yeah. I give myself 2 weeks. I'm excited. This is awesome. Is this Gex? I mean, I don't think volumetrically it's sufficient. They barely shaved any off of Friday's Gex, right? But I do think if we see covering today, it's likely to be Gex. But like I said yesterday, and the day before, when the market maker covers, that forward contract writer is going to be encouraged to go to the market. The ETF essentially is going to be encouraged to go to the market and buy, right? Because the price is rising. Are you holding calls into next week if the price stays where it's at? Yeah, probably. As this move up is in line with the market. It looks like it, yeah. I said tomorrow's yesterday's, yesterday's tomorrow. Sort of, yeah. The MM has to cover tomorrow by tomorrow morning at the opening bell. So the MM orders for gamma imbalance have to be placed by market open tomorrow morning. If Melvin have to shut down at the end of the month, they have to close shorts too. I mean, they would have to close all their open positions, right? Isn't that going to eat a lot of theta on those? Not too much. So why did we need to buy last week Thursday when prices are basically right back there again? I mean, they're not. IV is still way up from where it was last Thursday, which you can see in the contracts that I bought last Thursday. We'll go back to sleep, call my name when we haul. No problem. I was gone 10 minutes and missed OPEX. Fuck my life. I'm still at 42% on my July 15 160s I bought last Thursday. Yeah. The market maker, like midday Thursday, the market maker started pricing up all the like July 15 contracts. So anything bought in like the earlier part of the day um is still up quite a bit. Anything bought Wednesday is up quite a lot. We saw about 5 million shares return to the outstanding on XRT as of yesterday at market close. Can you sum up what this means for OPEX run this week and next week? I mean, the market maker still has to cover this week regardless. But it could mean that the ETF covering falls next week. I still think that if the market maker begins to cover, that the ETF covering volume will come in as well. Just because the market maker has so much to cover, right? The imbalance as of today, I think as of today, we're even higher. So, you know, and they're carrying that from Friday, which was like $250 million, which compounded up Tuesday, down yesterday, and is up again today. And it was only down 1% here. So this is like roughly, I mean, it's hard to say intraday, but I would say it's like roughly $270 million, which equates to, what's today's VWAP at? 141. $141.22. Roughly 1.9 million shares. It's an estimate. I mean, it could be like 0.3 lower or higher, depending on what Nave Gex is for today. Also, the gamma is getting skewed by all the in the money call exercising, so it's getting skewed positively even more. Because remember, every time they exercise one of those calls, it's like a little margin call, right? And if they're exercising thousands of them at once, it creates a lot of demand on the liquidity of the stock. And they're exercising them on different exchanges too, which almost makes it feel like a long position is trying to like gamma squeeze short, like not short positions, but like trying to gamma squeeze the stock. Remember when you're stating in a previous video that if XRT shares were returned, if the borrow rate was decreasing, those are all bad signs for OPEX. Why is it different now? It's not XRT shares returned being bad. That's not bad. Borrow rate decreasing is bad. Shares, GME shares being returned is bad because that means the borrow rate's decreasing. I never said anything about XRT shares being returned being bad. XRT shares outstanding going up is good because that means buying in the spot market. I've definitely said that GME shares being returned and the borrow rate dropping is bad. Those are different things. GME shares being returned and the borrow rate dropping implies covering. It implies they've reached a pocket of liquidity and they're able to return shares and drop the borrow rate. And that's traditionally bad for us because they generally only reach pockets of liquidity after we've run. And people sell. But ETF shares going up, shares outstanding going up, and ETFs that GME's contained in is bullish. Okay, so why could it be a long trying to trigger a gamma squeeze? So if a long is cycling in the money calls, it forces the market maker to satisfy locate requirements through the OCC, right? They have to satisfy those exercise trades, even if it's only briefly. Even if they only, need a few thousand shares to do it over and over, they still have to go and satisfy the 10-21 locate requirements or 203B locate requirements. Sorry. Rentec want their money, but Rentec doesn't trade off the Philadelphia floor. Remember when I wrote that DD about how if retail exercised shitloads of calls, it puts the market maker in a situation where they have to buy shares in the lit exchange? So we're seeing shitloads of calls being exercised in the money. I mean, that means that the market maker needs to buy shares. I mean, they've been putting it off for a few days now, but they really need to buy them now. Where do you think we closed today? I don't know. Today's trend's very good though. I think we got rejected a little bit earlier off of hold on, I'll show you guys. What stock is this is fucking FedEx. There we go. One sec. So we got rejected a little bit off of the first test, I think. But it looks like we're already turning around. So if we go down here to like the 15-minute. Maybe we haven't even really tested it yet. We're just shy. 239. Test it. I feel like that's not right. Is that changing scale? Yeah. So we broke through this morning and just now, and we're moving into our third upward test of this high trend. And this goes all the way back to November. This is like where the volume was in November or March and November. So if I go out here to the 1 day, I think you can see it. I don't know what the fuck this one is. Oh, that's the low trend from March, but yeah, we look if we break that resistance, it seems pretty important. Maybe I drew it on the 4 hour. There it is. Yeah, it's from the 4 hour. If you guys can see that. So it's a really key resistance point. We failed to sustain a breakout of it in March. But a breakout again at these levels would be pretty compelling, especially if we can cross like 150 here. That's a very important resistance, because if you look at our what the fuck is that? I think I have it here. If you look at our volume profile, see how much more volume we pick up at the 150 resistance? Like buy volume. After 150, it starts to break down, but we'll run into a shitload of call OI here, and that can carry us up even further towards gamma max. So if we can get that, if that call OI goes in the money, the market maker can carry the price up. Is cat a buy now? Do you still see room to the downside? Yeah, it can still fall further. See? It can fall as low. I mean, it can fall as low as like 175 again. The next big resistance, like volumetrically, is right here though, at like 182. So it's very cheap right now. But if it doesn't see a new low, that's a shift in its long-term trend. So it's not terrible. If you give yourself plenty of time and you're not too far out of the money, you'll probably be fine. You do not want to buy into short-dated calls on Caterpillar, though. You will lose everything. So if we compare that to May, where we ran on T+2 of that first Green Day thingy in the picture, that means we run tomorrow hard because 5 million shares fell on 622. Yes. No, it's not a run to 450. Do we think that the OPEX run is less explosive? No, I mean, I expect it to be less explosive than March because the number of obligations is lower, as is the number of like retail calls. So I don't, and like, you know, gamma max isn't rising at the same level. So I don't expect like 100% price increase like we saw in March. Because I think closed puts on XRT are about 30% lower than they were in March. But still a lot of them. Gamma Max is 160 right now. Yeah, it's up to date as of this morning. What is that view called that shows the volume per price point? Oh, it's the volume fixed range volume profile. It's one of the tools. Rat up over 13%. Interesting. Bobby breakout soon. Maybe it's about to hit 7. The 173 is a long-term horizontal for cat too. Yeah, that would imply a new lower low and a continuation of the current downtrend. That's what I would be aiming for. Like, I really wouldn't probably buy in at 182. I would be aiming for like sub 180. If we trade flat to end of day, what's the fate of your 150C weeklies? I could average them down more. I feel like I'd get another opportunity to get out of them today, though. Into the mid-afternoon. I don't plan on probably even carrying these until tomorrow. I'm not early, but I'm wrong. Bullish breakout of a head and shoulders on GME. I mean, it's ascending. I think we're just in an uptrend. But this is a... I mean, like, if we can hold this uptrend into the 11 o'clock period, but I don't think we will. Here's what I think. I think if we look at the entirety of the day, probably a dip or a breakdown of this uptrend into the midday. And then up into close. This is very strong. I like this. If this continues, that's very bullish, because then we get one of those days where we go like... I expect more volume in the latter half of the day, though. $750% on cat puts, 4K to 40K. Nice. The reason I don't buy puts on cat is because the downside's super fucking unreliable. It tends to break down. So unless you buy them really far out, it tends to break down, level off, then break down, level off, and it'll like level off for like a week. And it just kind of stair steps its way down. And then when it reverses really fast. So it'll level off, and then when it reverses back to the upside, it'll just like it'll open like $5 higher because it moves so much in pre-market. So I'd rather just hit the low and play calls. Is Powell still talking? I think so. It's 2 hours, right? How does the extreme low volume affect the run? I mean, it doesn't like hurt it, if that's what you're asking. I mean, when volume comes in, that will be bullish. Let's skip all that and just go up. Let's see. It looks like the trend's starting to like break down a little here. Or at least find a bottom support. It's still like in the low range, right? But you know, uptrends generally break down. So I do expect this to break down at some point. Unless we just start getting a shitload of volume coming in. How many GME shares does 5 million XRT shares represent? I mean, it could it could be largely GME shares. It's also not just XRT. It's, you know, the other 108 ETFs that GME's contained in that we don't track. For XRT, 5 million shares is a big jump. I think GME is currently the heaviest weighted stock in XRT. Or it was like the week before last when I looked. You do like Elliott Wave guy and tell us it's going to drop to 76.45 and then reverse to 147 because math. No. AMC not responding to the uptrend at all. Yeah, it's just not doing shit. All right. Now it's breaking down. So I think this can break down either to here at 141 or possibly all the way down to resistance and like the 140 range over the next like hour or so. Breaking down on Bobby as well. And the spy? A little bit. Slowpoke's is right. This is boring as fuck. Can we go back to being really excited about a multicolored Excel sheet? I mean, I'm already excited about it. The trend hasn't broken yet. Your line is off. Are you measuring this trend? Because no, my line wasn't off. The uptrend we were in broke down. Still moving headquarters to Miami from Chicago because of crime complaints. Seriously? They're moving there because of the taxes. Is this in line with expectations? Nothing then boom, or is it breaking? It's in line with expectations. I've actually been watching you on a 3-minute delay, and hot dang, your "this will break down" was spot on. I still think I still want to see us stabilize though. We don't want to see the price break down hard. We want to see, like, we want to see it stabilize in this range, right? This price action makes me sad. Popcorn. Uh, is everyone gonna be all fucking miserable for the entire afternoon? It's not. It's not really T+2. It's just 2 days. But sure. Like, it doesn't have the carryover that T+2 would have. They just have 2 days to buy. So if the transaction was completed yesterday, then they have till tomorrow. $138.76 region would be ideal. I mean, that's a bit more pullback than I'd like to see. I'd like to see it hold 140. Nope, I'm hyped. Nice. Some people will never be happy. I know, I don't care. Chat being funny, bullish as fuck. Can you draw a baby bitching reversal line on the chart, please? VWAP? Those people that will never be happy are AMC holders. Rest assured, I'm not sad today. Full disclosure, though, that is only because I'm too poor to play OPEX and have no skin in the game today. Fair enough. Not miserable this afternoon. I made more money on non-GME trades thanks to your Dillionaire picks and teachings. Oh, cool, dude. Congratulations. Violent upside this afternoon. We'll see. We should get more volume this afternoon. I don't know if violent upside is in the cards, but the trend for the day is pretty bullish. So we can move up. I'm sad I'm poor and played OPEX today. I'm sad I'm poor and played OPEX today. In what manner? Welcome to the live part of the stream, Dr. Sharp. What we really need on the chart is some bulls. I don't have any. So those XRT shares have to be bought on the market between today and tomorrow. That, yeah, essentially. Because you're helping a friend move. I'm getting White Claw ads. I helped him move. It's already over. What was the first run day in May compared to the XRT numbers? In May? So the bump in May occurred on from May 20th. It moved from 4.1 million shares to 7.25 million shares on May 23rd. And then it moved up on the 24th, down on the 25th, then up on the 26th, up on the 26th, from 6 million to 9 million. What's going on with GME in regards to OPEX going into the second half of this year? We have obligations that are continuing. I mean, we see obligations being opened in July. If this OPEX run is realized, that will create more obligations, probably rolled further out on like XRT and stuff. But right now we see them building in July. If BBY breaks through the $7 wall, there will be ups. It helps. It needs to break 10 for it to really move. I peel a banana from the stem part. We crack it off and pull. Time frame on VUPs. Well, the market maker has till tomorrow morning to cover gamma exposure. The ETF has technically till Monday, but I think they'll just cover when the market maker does. Can they cover any time between now and July OPEX? No. Are we there? Yeah, that's what I feel like all these questions are. Are we there yet? $3,800 looks like a bunch of resistance the last couple days. Yeah, it's having a problem breaking out. I think after the Fed testimony is wrapped up, there might be a better chance. But the market's not going to like the idea of moving to a 1.0 hike, right? Are there obligations for every stock in the basket, or is it just GameStop? I mean, it appears that GameStop has the highest obligations. Other stocks in the basket run, but nowhere near the same amount as GameStop. And that could also have to do with GameStop's, options interest, GameStop's illiquidity. All of those can compound whatever coverings coming in. We're sitting on a bid-ask spread right now of about 64 cents. Earlier today, it was at $1.20, like ridiculously high. Is JPOW still talking? Yeah. No problem, Mr. McGiblets. Why does JPOW have to ruin everything? I don't think he's going to ruin anything. Sell out of the money July 15 calls by market close tomorrow and hold in the money into next week to see what happens, or sell all and re-enter next week. I mean, that'll depend on if we run tomorrow or not, right? NFT Marketplace launching tomorrow. Is it? They have until July. Why do people keep saying that? I don't know. I'm not the fucking market maker. I don't decide when I cover the gamma obligations, right? Here's the deal. They have till tomorrow. That's the market maker's final day. We've known this for 2 fucking months now. We've talked about almost nothing else. Does the MM have a YouTube stream? Not that I'm aware of. Man, so many people bought fucking weeklies. Do you think NFT Marketplace will have a big impact on the stock immediately? Probably not. Not unless ETH has some sort of insane bear rally. And crypto stops dying out of the blue. What happened to Roaring Kitty? He walked away before he had to deal with all this bullshit. Just grabbed a call, buy to open, 7-1, close 62.50. Close 62.50. Thoughts? I mean, it's not in a bad range. I don't like the date, just because you're gonna get hit with a bunch of theta decay if the run carries over the weekend. But the price point's decent. But Blender's broken right now, so I didn't have any other option but to buy weeklies. What else should I have done? Not buy weeklies? Pfft, yeah. Chatfoot is all the TA I need. Thanks for being the goat gurk. Dude, buying calls on Chatfoot might be the most profitable fucking option strategy ever. Like, the sadder people are and the more despondent they get, the better going long is. It's like putting your finger on the pulse of the bull. You can feel it throbbing. Better you than me having to field these questions. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. So if I understand the Russell move, GME will be more liquid. So shorting the ETF will be more, shorting through ETFs will be more effective, but conversely, when it comes to rebalances, they will need to find more shares. No, more liquidity just means it'll be easier to short through ETFs. Or they'll be able to short more through ETFs. So I think one of the reasons they kind of got fucked with the ETFs since last June was because of the low liquidity. However, I don't think our liquidity is going to go up that much in ETFs. Also, it will trigger buying, institutional buying of GameStop shares in order to weight it more heavily, right? So bullish because more shares bought, bearish because they'll have more ETF liquidity to offset FTDs and stuff, which could be what they're dragging everything out for. Especially if FTDs are high right now. Not that we'd know, because they don't tell us for 15 days. So if I understand the Russell move, okay. You wouldn't have to deal with this bullshit either if you make it members only during OPEX periods. True, but that'd be fucked up. Then people who can't afford to be members couldn't ask questions, and that would be super shitty, right? If I wanted to do that, I'd just keep all the GameStop shit behind a paywall, right? I'd make way more money. Hey Gurk, happy OPEX T+3. Did you hear about Juul products being pulled? I think this will be a larger regulation on vapes as a whole. Love you, bud. Probably. I mean, Big Tobacco is not a big fan of vaping. They lobby really hard against it. A few billion a year in lobbying expenses. Show me the bull doll where the pickle touched you. Good time on wheat to grab more leap calls, or will it keep dropping, you think? What's it trading at today? Ooh. Man, fucking wheat really doesn't like this bear rally. I mean, the price is very good if you want to enter more of a position here. I've heard the US harvests are already looking really fucking slim, so. Can't afford a membership, but can afford options? How does that work? I don't know. Make chat pigeon whale only, please. You're right, but their questions are still awful. I know. It's not like members are immune to getting funny, and nobody's immune to market psychology. You just learn to recognize it and push it aside. But then you keep the calves behind a paywall. I think they're just asking for consistency and free calves. Well, no one's getting any free calves. Buy low, buy calls, sell calls at the top, and DRS a few or direct CS purchase, rinse and repeat. Gross. I can't wait to buy like 1,000 million mini horses after this run hits. Why do you think Big Tobacco is against vape, but for cannabis? Oh, because they're positioned to take over the cannabis industry. But I don't think they see enough profits in vaping for them to pursue it. Like they make plenty of money on cigarettes, and then all the regulators are incentivized to push cigarettes over vapes because cigarettes are heavily taxed and they generate huge amounts of tax revenue. It's like in San Francisco, vaping is banned, right? But you can buy cigarettes all day. Altria has a 35% stake in Jewel. Yeah, they do. And they just, I mean, like, Altria just wants to get rid of the competition, right? They want to keep Jewel on the market, but they want to get rid of the rest of the competition. And if that means killing Altria, they're okay with that, I think. Or killing Jewel, they're okay with that. Can you do Pigeon Wheel only for like 5 minutes? No. Pop some SSRIs, do a line of coke, and you're good to go for trading. Is there some standard way of measuring gamma max in neutral? Not really. No. I mean, JFresh breaks down the methodology, but it's not easy. Girk, even though you're apparently right enough for the weekly degens, I want you to know you can sprinkle in my cup anytime, Brosif. Thanks for sharing all your input. I enjoy your stream and Macro After Dark vids because they reference you often. Because Team Minaj Quant DD rocks. Thanks, Subway Cup. I appreciate it, dude. Pigeon whale same as small whale. Small whales like baby whales. I mean, pigeon whales aren't very large. They're pigeon sized, but they're whales. How wealthy is Volkswagen? I mean, they're huge. Like, how much cash do they have on hand? I have no idea. Can you speak a bit about Cat? What about it? Like, what do you want me to say? It's been channel locked for fucking 6 months now. 7, 8 months? Buy low, sell high. It's really like the easiest fucking play in the world. There's a discrepancy in its perceived valuation. It has very good earnings, but there's, a lot of pushback against it from a macroeconomic standpoint. And so, you know, longs are willing to sell at higher price points, but um they're also willing to buy at low price points, and so you just end up with kind of a stock that's just locked in a trend. So you have a lot of sellers at like the 220 range, but you have a shitload of buyers sub 180, as you can tell given the number of people asking about it today. It's fairly illiquid. So when it moves, when big money comes in, it moves up fast. Moves from extrinsic to intrinsic, gains intrinsic, loses some extrinsic value. But they can both go up. It's contracts valued on both intrinsic and extrinsic value. It's not like one replaces the other in its entirety. Out of the car manufacturers, they should survive for many years to come, right? Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're not going out of business, if that's your question. They own so many fucking brands. And they have some of their brands are fairly recession proof, like Porsche, Lambo, shit like that. Like they'll always sell calls to the or sell cars to the like 1%, right? The longer MM waits, the less time there is to settle the Jamie obligations. The less time there is, the more those Gen 950s will be worth. That's true. Vaping, the FDA is trying to get regulatory authority of. Cannabis is likely to go under the ATF for regulations, and Big Tobacco already has their people in place. Yeah. The other big interest in legalized marijuana is Monsanto. They want to start trying to get control of the genetics. When you were a VP and you were paper trading, were you trading a $25,000 account? No, I would like do like little challenges for myself. So I would try to like build accounts that were smaller. Love your show. Can you riff on what your expectations are for the next FTD data drop? Thanks for all you do. I think we're going to see them continue to increase after the 31st. So I think our next FTD data drop is going to show continually high GME FTDs after the 31st, which was the last reported date. I think that's why they're exercising those in the money calls every day. VP for Enron. Monsanto's out to lunch on that. Genetics degrade over time, especially with cloning being the standard. I think it's more that they want the IP, right? Like they want to control the strains. They can create new genetics on their own, right? I made you something. Check DMs. Is it bullish? It's super bullish. This is amazing. Don't forget that Monsanto was bought out by Bayer, or it might have actually been the other way around, so they could change their name to Bayer. Yeah. Tissue culture prevents any genetic drift from years of cloning. They can crossbreed, but they wouldn't be able to IP phenotypes. They'll try, right? Clearly, do you know a lot about Monsanto? These are the same people that like tried to repo seeds from farmers. Welcome to Dillionaire Novaplex. Thank you so much for joining up. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Dude, hit me up on the Discord after the stream and I'll get you added to the country club, man. The cat with the bullhorns needs a joint hanging out of its mouth. I don't think so. 624 250Cs were a bad choice. Oh, fuck yeah, they were. But you knew that when you bought them. That's why you bought them, right? I know your trading strategy, popcorn trader. Gotta love the rules during OPEX with holidays. You can cover or don't cover. We don't care. And won't hold you accountable. Yeah. Stock went down. I lost everything. Get fucked. Okay, stock going back up. I'm regaining everything. Congratulations. I just put them on the top of my head. Jay Fresh, be honest with me. Is this the happiest you've ever been? Put them on your shoulder like a parrot. Like over here. When OPEX? We're fucking waiting for it, Kevin. Another slow day to bleed weeklies and hold out as long as possible before covering. Looks like it. Can you overlay today, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and today's price action? Pretty sure Citadel is pressing Control C, Control V. They're pretty similar. Can you see them out here on the 5-minute? But this is all just consolidation against that resistance, right? It's the lack of pressure in the latter half of the day that's keeping us from breaking out. Say something bullish for the pores. Dance monkey dance. That's not how this works. Thanks, Walken. Jeffresh isn't even here to see it. He probably is. He's probably just doing things. Could be we don't run until next week. Good thing we loaded up on July calls, right? Could you do a poll, see how many GME contracts this group of astute investors holds? I'm at a cool 89. Nah. Two days, not T+2. What's the difference? Do they technically have until Monday pre-market to place the orders? Or is Friday end of day the absolute latest? See, that's something that's not defined by 2 days. That's something that's very defined in T+2 regulations, but it's not defined by 2 business days. Are the chances of us getting rejected at GM lower if they start recovering later? Yes, because the covering would be higher volume, and so high resistances would be weaker. So upside resistances on high volume moves are weaker. Are the chances of us Jesus Christ, Kevin, win infrastructure week? I have no idea. If we run this week, I'm gonna become a billionaire. If we run, I don't give a shit. Oh, next week? I mean, thank you, I'm a turtle, but streamer said we would OPEX this week, and it's still this week. I am upset. I understand. Zom bouncing off the 8410 you called 2 weeks ago. Cool. You want to get banned, Moon? I'll ban you. I don't feel like dealing with your shit today. I'll ban you, fulfill the prophecy, and ride to the moon. I say put up the bull meter for good energy. I just don't want to deal with it. Thoughts on 30 DTE, 400C for the SPY. I don't like it. Too far out of the money, and you're buying into the next SLD period. Nothing more depressing than watching Powell get questions from old idiots who make our laws, then lean into the microphone to hear better. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. I hate all the like any of the senatorial or congressional hearings on finance are always just the most insufferably stupid things to watch. And lets you know that no matter how good the inside information gets for them, they never understand what the fuck the stock market actually does. $900,000. If we don't run, what are some plausible reasons why? As in, what are some of the theoretical reasons? E.g., crime using in the money calls. Yeah. But we still need to wait for data. The problem with trying to determine what would stop a run in advance is that we don't have the data to back up any assumptions. So, like, for instance, your example, crime using in the money calls. So right now, all we know about the in the money calls is that they are being exercised and that the OI is no longer in the chain after close. So this tells us they're being exercised, right? Almost immediately. The contracts don't even stay open for more than like a few seconds. But um this could be as simple as an arbitrage play. Or it could be as complex as, using married puts and synthetic logs to cover reg show obligations. Or it could be as sinister as flipping long. On a short position, right? Like a slow flip. What's interesting about the and there's some data to corroborate this, but this we wouldn't know until we get the FTD data, right? Out on what's the next one? The 30th? I think June 30th is our next FT. So 6:30 is the next FTD data drop. So if we see GME with elevated FTDs at this point, then we can, and we're seeing them being reduced through this period of time where we're seeing all this call exercising, then that gives us a pretty good idea of what they're doing with those calls. Positionally, it just looks like they're washing volume, which is legal.
Uh, that's why it would be so obvious, right? You'd think they wouldn't try to do like married puts right in front of everyone so blatantly, right? They would use like foreign exchanges or something like that, and they would try to hide the data. Gaff's not a cat though. He's a bear. I'm eating a microwave burrito for lunch today. If we run, I will finally have enough money for Taco Bell. They're sold out of the Mexican pizza. I wasn't implying they're doing crime. No, I mean, I'm not either. Just curious about any and all possible ways they could avoid OPEX, legal or not. You're the man. Wait, what? These random commenters that make market predictions then tell me to mark their words. It's it's your prediction. Why do I have to do anything? Exactly. Does FINRA know enough about their own rules to even know if someone is breaking them? No. I mean, any of you are more than welcome to also call FINRA and try to discuss deferral of settlement with anybody. Anybody that you can call on the phone, and you will find a large group of people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about at all. Been busy and sorry if you already addressed, but is breaking that resistance a big deal? Which one? Breaking the upside resistance? Oh yeah, that's a very big deal. BWAP. I'm doing alright, Sun Devil. How are you, man? Huge Steve. I'll never be right. Mark my words. Marked. I'll put them down on my marked words whiteboard that I keep. Could they cover an after hours like back in Jan, then smack it back down? Maybe. I mean, that was due to the exercise of a massive amount of negative delta. What's the cost of a fine for married puts versus actually covering? It's per transaction, and it's quite a bit. I mean, it's like double the cost of the transaction. So you got to pay 100% more to do the illegals. Mark my words for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dans. Good to know who you're campaigning for today. Is it time to boredom buy more calls on GME? Could be. Why is Cat drilling for oil? It's still above the low range. I think it's just dropping. I think it's just dropping into that lower channel. It'll come up on resistance soon. I know they're moving their headquarters. I think they're moving their headquarters to Texas, but that should be good for them from a tax standpoint. That's two big corporations moving out of Illinois, right? Is Cat headquartered in Illinois? I think they are. Did Illinois change their corporate tax laws recently? Mine doesn't matter if it's going to take 3 years. Yeah, it's that too. I mean, so far the price has done exactly what I said it would do 2 hours ago. Deutsche Bank down 11%. Interesting. Caterpillar's headquarters are in Peoria. Everyone's moving to Texas. Yeah, I mean, it's just got more. They have more favorable tax laws, right? Musk moved there a while ago, or started moving there a while ago, and then Citadel's moving to Miami. Caterpillar's moving to Texas. That's gonna fucking destroy that area economically. So many people there work for Caterpillar. Are we missing some BBBY? Who wants to short some municipal bonds? Are we missing some BBBY news? A couple of big volume candles. Not that I'm aware of. Bunch of analysts downgraded it. June 29th earnings. Mark my words to Mark Girk's words from 2 hours ago. Can you predict it to going to 190 end of day? I mean, I don't see that happening right now. We need like 3 times the amount of volume that we're seeing currently. Oh, Boeing moved also? Illinois is a better place than what it once was, but Kenny would have you believe otherwise. Yeah. I mean, they just want the tax benefit, right? They don't care about the crime. That's just not like good PR to be like, yeah, we're gonna take jobs out of this area and move them to this area because we like the taxes better. There was no hope for Peoria to begin with. Fair. Pretty sure it's only the generator arm of Cat. Hmm. I told her I was trying to get to Massachusetts and she drove me all the way there. That's crazy. I would never pick up a hitchhiker. Are you less optimistic about OPEX as we have not run up yet? No. It's it's irritating to see all of the data turn up but not the price action, right? But I mean, I understand that there is a time frame for it to take place, and I will wait until that time frame has passed before I make any other decisions, right? I'm not emotionally connected to it at all. I'm up like over the entirety of my options position. I'm up like 20%. So I can cut losses at a gain if I need to. If I was down, I might feel a little more pissy about it. Like down 20%, I'd be pretty fucking angry. Hey, we've seen these low volume days prior to OPEX before in previous runs. Yes. Yeah, I mean, the low volume makes, I mean, the low volume at least tells us that they're not covering their gamma imbalance, right? Isn't it French? Isn't it Illinois? I mean, if you want to get technical about it. How many weeklies are too many weeklies? 7. Changes to Illinois tax law this year eliminate the planned phase out of the corporate franchise tax approved in 2019. Now limits the exemption to 1K. Oh, okay. Most run-ups occurred 63 days between. Yeah. Tomorrow's day 63 from the last delayed run-up. She dropped me off in Massachusetts and turned right around and drove back. I listened to her girlfriend break up with her on the way there because of it. Oops. That's awkward. What a fun thing to be a part of. AMD is down 3%, which is kind of nuts. Thoughts? I have no idea. Nvidia's down hard too today. I mean, the things that are down today, it almost looks like some sort of supply chain commentary has turned unfavorably. But I don't see any economic data on like supply chain stuff today. Right? Is there something I missed? S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. That could be it. Global Services and Global Composite for the S&P. Crude stock report. The Fed's doing a bank stress test today? Interesting. Oh. Reports due at 4:30. Does anybody know when the bank stress test was scheduled for? Is that happening today? Historically, don't all institutions leave covering to the last possible moment? I mean, yeah. I mean, that's just what they do anyway. No one covers anything early ever. The reasoning for that should be very apparent. I'm down 20% of my 7-1 and 8-19. Ouch. Cut losses at a gain. Can you explain how Pulte tweets impact short Capitulation? What was the lower end of the channel you saw in Cat? The low resistance is in like the 175 range. So I'd be watching it for a turnaround. Why is everyone crying on Discord? Because they bought weeklies. Just ignore them. If it's any consolation, they probably didn't lose that much money. Notionally. But they definitely shouldn't have bought weeklies. They were greedy. They wanted a lot of leverage and exposure. Doesn't always covering as late as possible make them more predictable and exploitable? Yeah. Didn't we have a stress test back in Feb 2021? I believe so. And the Fed wire went down. First of all, I pay 1 year of rent at move-in, not 2 years. And that's to avoid complication, right? If someone steals your property, you get very upset. But if someone steals your time, you're okay with it. Time is far more valuable. What about those closed rolled puts? Shouldn't those have printed by now? No. The ETFs, so you're referring to the ETF obligations. It looks like 5 million shares were returned yesterday to XRT, which would have been the second day. So they have today, tomorrow, maybe Monday, although the wording's not very clear to cover that. They have the ACH settlement period for the cash satisfaction of the obligation. And that depends on which ETF it is, too. Because BlackRock and Vanguard ETFs only have a 2-day allotment for cash settling, whereas State Street ETFs have 3 days. I made 8K in weekly so far. 7 grand Tuesday and a grand today. Got the fuck out quick. That's a good way to do it. Could they somehow ensure in advance that there's enough volume and after hours to cover? No, because, well, it's going to be even more tricky with GameStop moving to the Russell one, like the value ETF, right? Because that's going to result in a net buy. The weighting in the value index is higher than it would have been in growth. So this looks like institutions like Vanguard, BlackRock, ELCK. I don't even know how to abbreviate that. And like State Street, they're gonna have to buy more GameStop. So in the last rebalance, they got to offset a lot of FTDs because they sold so much, right? They sold off all that liquidity. But this time around, they're going to be buying it, so that means there's going to be competition for those shares, which will make it even harder to get the sufficient shares during after hours. Like GameStop's way fucking more liquid now than it was right after a massive share offering. I spend 1 year rent. That's a terrible way to deploy capital because I don't want to spend 2 weeks proving income to a landlord. Time is the one true finite resource. That's why selling theta is so great. So parameters for the upside are all in place, and there's been more retail focus on these OPEC cycles this time around. What's the best way for MM to kick this can for themselves? I mean, I don't think the MM can kick any cans. As long as gamma exposure remains high, they will have to cover within their settlement period. Otherwise, the MM would get margin called, right? They can't take on like that much delta risk on a position. And it's a lot right now. It's, you know, it's like $250 million almost. And we're up. I mean, even right now, we're trading up 1% today. And since they haven't covered the GACs, that's still 1% over yesterday, is down 1%. So it's still at break even plus Monday. So it's like almost $270 million. It's still in their best interest to wait to cover that until they have to. Because, you know, the market could tank into close and active funds could start selling off into the end of today, right? And say we drop down to 132, that could shave you know, 40-50 million dollars off of their net total obligation just because they took the extra time allotted to them to cover. You know, last year I would have said that's true, but we've run on Fridays a few times this year. Like, pretty hard. Do you have any idea how much Jamie would be bought in the rebalance? Not at all. I didn't even know they were moving it to the value index until today. It'll be some. I don't think it'll be super significant, but it'll be some, like maybe like 1 million or 2 shares. It's I think the biggest concern is like, is it going to leave XRT? Is it going to leave VTI? Is it going to leave IJH? And it's not. It's not leaving those big ones. Why not just buy a house? I don't have time to maintain a house. I don't want to pay taxes on a house. I don't like being tied to any area for a long period of time. Huh, interesting. Does due tomorrow morning mean that the buys will be executed in the early hours or just sent to the market and executed throughout the day? Sent to the market and settled throughout the day. So the way that works, if they wait till the final like the final settlement date, um, the way that works is all orders have to be placed before, here's market open, and here's pre-market. So all orders have to be placed by here, right? But those can be placed in dark pools, obviously. And those dark pools can settle those orders throughout the day. And this, reduces volatility. But that all the orders have to be in place and reported by market open. And in order to maintain compliance. So say they have 1.9 million shares of GameStop to buy, right? They would have to place all orders for 1.9 million shares before the market opens, and then by using dark pools they can offset that, so like 0.3, 0.5, and so on. Active funds have zero effect on GME right now. I mean, no, they have some effect. We're not seeing a lot of downside due to the active funds, but I mean, we are down, right? I think most of our trading today just kind of looks like active funds. Like most of the volume traded in stock is probably active funds. But what's our fucking delta volume today? 1 second. Yeah, our delta volume's 84.7% of the volume traded. So of the million volume traded today, almost 850,000 of it is just from contract hedging. The rest of it's retail and active funds. IWP 251,000, IWF 214, Vong 33, Russell 1K growth funds. It will likely just be absorbed into the value version of these. Unlikely any net change or very little. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be a lot of movement. I think everyone was really worried that it would be moved out of like the big ETFs, like the IJH and XRT and like the ones that are important to this. But no, I don't think it's gonna create a lot of liquidity. I don't think it's gonna create a lot of buying. And from what Turd's saying, that looks like only like about 500,000, which is even fucking less than I was thinking. I was thinking like 1 or 2 million. Can you explain volume versus OI of options? Volume just tells you how many times that contract was traded during a day. OI tells you how many contracts are open currently at that strike. What's our dark pool volume? Hold on, I gotta try to remember how to find this. Oh, here it is. 59.5%. Hey man, we didn't get that $8. Oh. So while your bank account might be low, if you have a paycheck coming in, you're probably better off than me, who's bleeding money. What do you think a stock split would do to the price of the stock? It could generate some FOMO, a small amount of people trying to buy in pre-split, maybe some institutions trying to buy in pre-split. It could also cause a share recall, which would be very interesting. It may not. Post split probably create a lot of volatility and then a lot of liquidity. Jesus fuck, 5 million shares would nuke this. Yeah, that's the thing. That's, Carl, that's something I think a lot of people don't understand about how little volume is actually traded on GameStop every day. And like me and JFresh, I think for a long time have tried to explain, how like throughout a trading day, how tiny of an effect like retail has on the total volume by buying shares, right? Versus their effect with buying options. But like 5 million shares of buy volume hitting GameStop is like a fucking Mack truck. Alpha Andy, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got
Do you know why GME is getting moved to the value ETFs? That feels kind of wrong. Profit to earnings ratio. It does feel kind of wrong, I agree. But I don't make the rules. Can you explain what a dark pool is and what it accomplishes? I mean, they're there in order to allow large institutions to transact large trades without creating lots of market volatility, right? That's the general idea. How'd you find the dark pool volume? I mean, it's here on like Market Chameleon. I think it's free. If you look up, if you type in GME VWAP dark pool, the first result will be the Market Chameleon page, and I'm pretty sure if you don't have, even if you don't have the paid version, you can see the percentage of the volume, total volume percentage traded. And if you look at this is the number of shares traded through the dark pool today: 430,000, 132,000 in block trades, 228,000 in sweeps, 213,000 in odd lots. That's why I'm bullish as fuck right now. Still buying calls. What's going all right, Sahib? How you doing, man? JPOW's still going? Seriously? When the fuck does this thing end? It's ridiculous. I'm gonna look this up. It started at 10 a.m., but there's no ending time. This is ridiculous. Poomer's gonna start buying Jimmy as a value play. Yeah, I mean, some mutual funds will buy into it to track the index or whatever. Any regulations are supposed to keep them from combining retail orders and routing through dark pools? No, that's perfectly legal. Why is OBV flat? Oh, Jesus. Are any stocks making the OPEX run, or do they hold off covering on them at the same time? Seems like some should have already run. Express ran pretty hard. Not like the day before yesterday. Yeah, Express ran really hard. Did anything else run? BBBY is kind of still in line. Let's see what else. Tesla ran pretty fucking hard. Not that that's actually in the basket, but it performs similarly. AMC really didn't do anything. Rad's still running today. Oh, Nordstrom's would be a good one to look at. What would Nordstrom's do this week? Nordstrom's has just been like straight down. It hasn't run at all. What, Macy's? Nope, underperforming. All the other ones seem to be performing like we would have expected GameStop to perform into last Friday. Like they're all drilling down into new lows on low IV. It's kind of interesting that GameStop really isn't, or never did. We found oil. Oh shit. That was a hard drop. Just this big volume off the SPY, maybe? I don't like that shit. Cue the shills. Yeah, they'll be here in a minute. What impact do you think the 3% interest on FTDs will have on squeeze potential? None? I mean, they're clearing them, right? If they're exercising those in-the-money calls to clear FTDs, then they're not paying the 3% interest. It's okay. Shit in the shill's coffee. Oh, awesome. Are they due to cover tomorrow? Aren't 624 160C on the table for pennies a contract at open? I mean, pennies a contract? I don't think so. Was this expected? It's a little out of line. It's a big volume drop, which is what I don't like about it. Does anybody have the options trade? Is this just like a big block of calls selling off? OG, are you around? Can you check? $12.52, 176 sold, 143 calls. What's the hedge on those? There was that six. Are there 624? Yeah, June 24, 143's 0.3 delta times 176 calls. So the volume on the drop 5,000. Is that accurate? 37,000. No, it's got to be something else. Maybe that triggered a stop on something else. $134 put spot. Is this Freg's Day part 2? I don't think so. It looks like a position dropped, though. I'm just trying to see where. I think I'm going to be 15 minutes behind on the net delta. So what's going on today? People are selling calls. People are buying calls. No one's really buying puts. There's not very many sold puts. Callaway 11 million. Sold 200 puts. That's bullish. No change in the OI to those 95 puts, and then the rest of those puts are sold. I mean, all the put bets are bullish. All the calls are bullish. Yeah. Still fucking looks good. I don't like it either. Yeah, maybe shorting. There's a trade for 190 calls, 125, July 15. That might be sold. Yeah, I mean that would explain a lot more. We're looking for trades that occurred on 1302. Like 102. So maybe that big stack of sold 150 calls. A single leg execution. Because 150 or higher delta, those are or lower delta 17. What's the quantity on those? 180. So that's like another 2,000 shares. The July 15s at 190. July 15, 190. Those are 2-3. It's like another 2,500 shares. Hitting oversold levels. Yeah, I wouldn't trust those. GameStop on a drop doesn't give a shit about oversold. Yesterday, 136.43. It was right before close. 137.13. This one was 138.81. Those both came later in the day. Spy fell somewhat hard around that time. Spy wasn't as quick though. Yeah, there's a drop in the Spy also. I'm just wondering if it's like stops that triggered, or I'm trying to see how much volume's actually being shorted, because there's not that many shares available to borrow, right? I'm telling you, bro, this reminds me exactly of March. Big downs on the heel of Nada right before he ripped. Trying to shake calls loose on a Thursday. We ran on Tuesday in March. Seems like standard dip before rip, lowering price before covering. We'll find out. Spy's coming back up. So How long can carry Gex? They should have to settle Fridays by tomorrow at market open. Like, the order has to be placed. My biggest problem with this, and this is, I mean, what kills short-term call buyers, is that we're trading in a bullish, like, this is like an ascending wedge. Price shot up here. We traded to the downside, right? And we're like right here. But the consolidation is burning the IV. So IV on calls is dropping, right? And we don't have any, we're trading in such a narrow range that we can't just be like, okay, sell the calls and wait. And we also don't want to buy more calls. And so, you know, like, all that's really happening is the strength in the chain that helps propel us upwards is just slowly dying off. Which, I mean, yeah, that's probably exactly what they want to happen, right? But it's still not advantageous. Yeah, I understand it's a good setup to shake off calls. But we load up on calls and then, you know, I mean, it doesn't pan out. There's no volume. We just trade flat at fucking 137 for 3 more weeks. What calculation? I mean, they've all been like triple checked. Like the Knave Gex? Well, the Knave Gex is accurate. The world is healing. I'm back to diamond hand and calls to 0. Don't act like the calls are worth more than 0 right now. How possible is that? I mean, we don't know. We've never seen everything line up and a cycle fail. It's advantageous to cover at the last possible minute. GRK. So the final date is the most advantageous date. It's a little more advantageous, I think, to cover today because they're not left to the mercy of the market. Like, they can control covering today versus having to place all the orders at open tomorrow, right? Because then the settlement is going to occur at specific times throughout the day, regardless of their positioning. Whereas today they can position around it, which means it's much more, they have much more flexibility with covering. Because tomorrow, if they cover, then the orders just auto execute and they have to hope that conditions are beneficial when that happens. That seems like a lot of risk to take on, especially for a market maker. Yeah, the Russell 1000 move for GME is not really going to do much. I would expect very little net change from it. They can start covering either at the end of today or tomorrow morning. Yeah. Can they kick the can and rug pull us? We don't think so. I mean, the intention to kick the can is, like, the kicking of the can is what creates OPEX, right? They move these, they clear these obligations, and that creates more obligations, which they then move forward to the next quarter. So, I mean, OPEX is a can kick. The concern would be if OPEX doesn't occur, then the can isn't kicked, right? Does that make more sense? So seeing all of this stuff line up and then nothing happen is very concerning. Good luck with that, peanut butter and pickles. Fucking people, idiots. Is it possible some orders placed tomorrow open don't hit the lit exchange until next Monday? Not really. There are, like, if they use a foreign exchange, but there's no liquidity on GME and foreign exchanges. To me, it looks like the drop was someone stopping out on a boatload of in the money calls. We still need what? Oh, actually, yeah, we have the. Let me check. The 120s? Maybe. Yeah. Some 110s sold off too. So many weeklies, Jesus. Anyway. They covered last week. No, they didn't. It's possible. Yeah, everyone said that they covered everything in Feb too, and they didn't. That it was over, that there was no more OPEX, blah 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 blah. It would have, I mean, if they closed all those puts on XRT and nothing happened, it would imply that they had found a way to no longer satisfy the obligation to the ETF. Or they'd found another way to satisfy the obligation to the ETF that didn't cause any buy pressure on GameStop. Since retail has no impact on price movement, why does shills exist? Oh, I don't know. So they can't can kick the can kick. Yeah. Something did happen last week. I mean, May OPEX. They closed 21% of the puts on XRT. We ran up. That triggered a chain reaction in the gamma, which caused us to run up again a little bit more, and then it all fell off like every OPEX run does. It's not like the events of the last couple weeks are a fucking mystery. The only thing that really came unexpectedly for May OPEX was the size of it. SPY also had volume spike at the same time. Could that drop have been driven by the broader market? Partially, yeah. But there's definitely calls sold in that like 5-minute period. Is Tesla easier to predict cycle-wise? Yeah, but harder to trade. And Tesla's like open to a lot more like sentiment from like Elon's tweets and bullshit news that shouldn't run the price of the stock, but it does. It also moves really, really fast all the time. You can go from having an in the money call in Tesla to having a $20 out of the money call in a couple minutes. Bunch of scared babies. I mean, I know we can see it in the options chain. Yeah, the window isn't closed. Nothing's wrong yet. That's correct. Irritating, slow, boring, yes, but the window's still open. TTM squeezing on GME. What time frame? But they haven't weaseled out, Moon, because they still have time. So you can say that today, but it's just false, and you're just pissed because you bought short-dated shitty calls that are way out of the money. It's simple. Shills exist because retail generally doesn't have an influence on the market, but retail can be the largest hedge fund in the world, as was shown by the SEC in the report on GME. These people acting like OPEX is over when they have until tomorrow. Yes, I'm aware. But they do this every time. Whether we run or not, everybody does this shit the day before, the day of. If it runs, if it doesn't run, it's always the same shit. We can go from Moonwind fucking whining about how OPEX isn't gonna happen to DMing me about how his covered calls are gonna get assigned in a split second. What's this? $50. These are all Philly floor trades. JW. From yesterday. Oh, Monday? Oh, you have it sorted by the Philly floor trades? Is that what you're showing me? Today, $20 and $30 calls. Not as many today. None today? This is just the Philly floor trades, right? I don't know what your filter parameters are. It looks like it's missing some. What's interesting is that these 3 days are nearly identical. Yeah. They always cover early in the week for OPEX. That's not true. OPEX also doesn't generally fall on holidays. But they don't always cover early in the week. Stop with the copium. I'm about to paper hand. Then just do it. Like, who gives a shit? I don't care if you paper hand your calls. I'm holding mine. In my opinion, the lack of DDS run yet also clearly confirms that we were just 1 day out as you said all along. The holiday deferment is being taken advantage of. Zoom out, everyone. I sold my house and leveraged my onboard child's college fund. I can't believe this is all your fault. Oh, turd. I think it's pretty obvious someone boofed the can and it got stuck halfway, requiring a kick to finish the job, all while pulling the rug. The only option we have left is to chug wine, move the goalposts before we submit to the inevitable. Everyone stop worrying. Full degen for OPEX. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. I appreciate it. Chat is moist with fluids. Yeah. Still up on my 715 150s. I didn't understand how important patience and theta were until recently. Thanks. I would have lost all that money months ago. No problem, dude. Can't be down 50% if you keep doubling down at 49. That's true. They have until tomorrow, full disclosure. I feel like we're still going to run, but not past 170. That's a concern. Especially with all the calls selling off. The potential diminishes. I doubled down on Freg's Day. Oof. Ouch. Ah, I kind of did too. What's happening? Fucking nothing. Honestly. 1.14 million volume with and a drop of 0.75%. So basically nothing. I didn't hear any goalposts get moved. I'm already up 50% on the calls I bought last week. Zen as fuck. That's good. I don't think they're waiting to see if GME has news. There's no reason for GME to announce any news today. There'll be increased liquidity tomorrow due to the Russell 1000 shift. Yeah, tomorrow's the final day. How do you manage confirmation bias at times like these? When do you write this off as a Jan 22nd and Jan 22 and look forward? I mean, I'm willing to just take no profits on the run. That's when I'd probably write it off. As long as my position remains profitable, I mean, I'll hang in there until the time limit is up at least, instead of bitching about it before the day it's due. Low volume, usually bullish. I think we bounce off 136.50. Interesting. Not low enough. We could, yeah. 136.89. So another retest of the EMA 60. The problem I don't like about this move down to the EMA 60 is that there's like quite a lot more volume behind it than there was on this, like, the last top that happened in pre-market. Crying happens every OPEX. Yeah. We bounced 136.50 yesterday before close. Why isn't that showing up here? No, yeah, but we didn't like bounce off the EMA, right? Yeah, 136.40. There's some support at 137. Like a tiny bit. Not a lot, but a tiny bit. I wonder if there's any further back. Yeah. There's a little resistance. Yeah, a little support in this range. Not a ton, but a little bit. We're filling gaps. I mean, there's only what, one more, right? Or was that the last one? That was the last one. From a psychological perspective, the sentiment and angst we're sensing is exactly what those with obligations want. Humans are very predictable creatures. Yes. The fuck is pro days? I got the signal to sell all these calls to the chat last week. Can't wait for them to expire worthless. Thanks for the tip, you're the best. What's the best thing to settle the stomach for days like today? I don't know. I don't really have any stomach distress. Maybe like a Tums? Well, fuck me. They're doing 50% off and other deals for GME Pro members this weekend. Oh, okay. So buying discounted merchandise from the company you're invested in, you think is bullish? Holy shit, people are stupid. Okay, you do realize that they're discounting inventory because they can't sell it at full value, which is going to cut into their margins. The more of it they sell, there's no benefit there. I think we were shorted. If we see another drop like that without options activity, it'll reinforce that for me. I think OPEX is still on. Otherwise, why short when we're flat? I mean, that short triggered the sale of some options, undoubtedly. If it was a short, but it may have just been the active fund sell off due to the drop in the SPY as well. And just that price point was key, right? That resistance level. OPEX canceled due to heavy rains of tears from people who YOLO'd into weeklies. Joke's on them. I buy items full price. You just pay extra. They haven't slammed the price with puts. Yeah. They haven't shorted it down. That's true. And the bar rate hasn't dropped and shares haven't been returned. Where do you see these options? I didn't see them. There was, hold on. At the 1 o'clock mark, the sale of 125 July 15 190s. There was a sale of 180 150s. Some 110s were sold off. Also looks like some July 24th 143s were sold as well. Just auto executions. One was a single leg closure, so stop limits or stop losses. I think they're competing against Amazon Prime Day. Powell's finally done. Someone said that earlier and it was still fucking going on. Pro member signups would be the benefit? I guess so. But if you're then immediately losing profits selling them shit at half off, like... I mean, that's just the bullwhip playing out, right? Everyone ordered too much inventory. What does this steady stream of Jan 90 and 100p mean? Those are the Philadelphia floor trades. Deep in the money. They're being exercised to clear FTDs, we assume. No, you haven't missed anything, Daniel. I'm wondering if this Philly 624 160C are a trap for us, as they know we're tracking their moves. Do they really know that VUPs are coming? I mean, it could be positionally, it could be something else entirely, right? It could be like a vertical spread. We don't know. They could be naked calls because they know we're not going above 160. Don't they need inventory for those new warehouses? I mean, yes. Fulfillment centers, but nothing good seems to happen in Philly. A calculation show that OPEX has been moved to Saturday. Nice. Why are we dumping so hard today? We're not. We're down 1%. We're the exact same price we were trading at yesterday. Why do people think we're down so hard? Ichimoku trigger on BBBY. Like upside crossover? God, this looks like shit. It's actually not doing terribly. Because their weeklies are down? Yeah, I know. You see GameStop NFT tweeted today that it's always tomorrow until it's today. I think they're saying today is MOASS. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Yeah, I don't think GameStop NFT's Twitter knows what the fuck the stock is gonna do. All that I've seen happen today is people sell out of their calls. So you want to know why the stock's down? You guys. GameStop's Twitter does nothing but pander to super stock. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's their customer base, right? I don't know anyone else who shops at GameStop. It's true though, right? I've stepped away to make lunch. Why did you short the stock? I thought it'd be fun. How could retail do this to OPEX? You know we're diamond handing these calls to infinity or zero, and zero is way closer. It is. Have I eaten anything today? I had some like nuts. Are they just crashing us with the market? I mean, I think we're just trading. Mostly we're just trading with the market. Calls are selling out, but it's not a significant number, right? So we're a little underperforming the SPY. Do you see Powell today that Powell said he will have to do like Wagner to get the inflation, or he wants it? I mean, he's not going to do a Wagner. Not with the Fed's current holdings. How am I wrong when it's not over? Betwall. God, I have to ban all the super stonkers again today. Why do these people come in here? We don't care about them. $1.1 million volume. Everyone needs to chill. See you in a bit, AM. Didn't I say Walker? Does it make me a shill because anytime I buy a stock, it instantly goes down no matter what stock it is? Have you tried just shorting stocks? It sounds like you'd be a millionaire already. The people creating on the obligations on the ETFs and retail are on the same side, Lulu, but MMs are not on our side. The MM wants to make as much money off of purchased options as they feasibly can and spend as little money hedging those options as possible. It's on SS, referred to as pickle lickers, typical super stonk homophobia. Nothing wrong with licking pickles. How are you supposed to get the juice off them? Rolling, keep those options tolling, buy them low, buy them high. When you get a bit, don't cry. When you get bit, don't cry. How much does IV typically spike when it starts running due to OPEX? Like 40 to 60% during the course of the run. Intraday it goes higher, but it also depends on the strike. Like the IV 30 moves up between 40 and 60% though. You go through the thought process on buying calls from multiple strikes with the same expiry, pros and cons. I mean, if you only need calls for a specific period of time, you don't need to buy multiple expiries. I'm not really sure what you're asking there. Like, why do I buy calls at multiple strikes? Because they have different levels of risk. I'll deep throat the fuck out of a pickle. Thanks, Fluffy. Isn't this a classic Tamagotchi trapezoid pattern? Price should either go up, down, or sideways. I mean, we already broke down from the positive trend right here in the midday when it got like shorted and there was the call sell-off. I don't know how the end of the day is going to go. I think we'll move up into close again, but it's at a shitty lower level. They're really protecting the fuck out of that breakout point. I have to wonder with the risk hedging is like the MM just trying to keep it below that trend, because if it goes above, they may have to cover some of their delta exposure, which will obviously drive the price up even further. 2.5 million Gen 23.95 puts rolling in. Okay, those aren't very relevant. Sold, I assume, Joe Brown. Problem with SS is they want you to permabull and hold forever for $1 million a share. Not that I'm irresponsibly long on GME, but I'll be handing them over to my grandchildren waiting on $1 million. Yeah. It's pickle time. Isn't today a win? AMC's down 7.5%. I mean, if we were short AMC, sure. In it for the money. I don't give a fuck about change. Change doesn't get me a yacht. Yeah. They don't want 140s in the money. But, I mean, the OI is high, but it's not that high. 150 is way fucking scarier. There's 5,000 150s for July 15th. 1,600 at 145. I think the problem is that the 145s go in the money. The 150s are probably going to go in the money as well. And then once we cross 150, it's on like fucking Donkey Kong. That's why I was holding off on the song for 150. How long do you plan to hold on to the BBBY August calls if there's no run? Do you think you will roll them over or just close them out? I'm going to roll them over to January. Ugh. I was prepared to wait till tomorrow anyway. I know. I still want to see us close in the upper range. Green on the day. Can we get another butt cheek formation? I just want them to cover their shit. Think about getting more weeklies? Maybe. I'm more thinking about selling these fucking weeklies and just rebuying them tomorrow morning. Unlike Donkey Kong, there's a turn phrase that needs to make a comeback, and so ends my pointless super chat. Thanks, Steely Dan. Would you mind explaining what Freg's Day was? I started following you earlier this year, and I don't think I was here for that. Essentially what Freg's Day was a retail pump and dump on top of a very small actual number of obligations that ran super hard. We ran up like $50, and then we went down about $50 in a single day. So it was a quick upside pump followed by a massive rug pull, and most people barely got out. Some people didn't get out. It was a rough play. How was Feb OPEX moved? It was rolled forward. And it wasn't really moved. There was still covering during the Feb OPEX period, but there was a war, so everything came down hard. If we go back to and you look at Feb OPEX, which was right here, Shit. I don't know what that was for. So Feb OPEX was due on the 24th. There was a holiday that week. This was the T+2 day. We rocketed up with the market, but they rolled forward most of the very few obligations that were due the previous Friday. And they rolled those forward to March and June at the time. Ow. It's the wrong. Didn't they cover via XRT in Feb? No. XRT. So in February, open interest on XRT. XRT. Open interest on XRT reduced by 1 second. Feb 18th by 21%. The put open interest dropped by 21%, and there were 271,000 puts. Versus last Friday, where put interest dropped by 50%, and there were 260,000 puts. So this has almost this period has almost double the obligations that Feb has, about 30% less than March. Did everyone forget Turd's thing from earlier? That's still relevant. My cat calls are dead. When did you buy cat calls? How are they dead? Did you not buy time on them? People really hate Theta. What do you think the headline will be for after hours run we will have today? GameStop rumored to be considering a share split soon. I don't think we'll have an after hours run today. What was the inclusion date for XRT? Under Reg Show? It was the 3rd, right? Like for when it got relisted? Ooh. Six two. So it's 6-3. It starts the day after. I mean, I'm okay with it if we run up to fucking 200 in after hours and open at 160. Friday, June 17th? Oh, okay. So same on the futures date? It was taken off Reg Show on the 2nd, or the 3rd, right? So after hours run wouldn't be until the 30th. If we see that happen again. So it's the after hours run wasn't really created by it was created by MMs in after hours OG rules. Somebody exercised like an obscene amount of negative delta shortly before close on Friday. Or on Thursday, on January 6th. A bullish crossover on the MACD. Cool. On what time frame? That looks terrible. That doesn't look any better. Daily's still okay. But we're not getting enough expansion. Fucking volume's just flat. I wish this had volume weighted MACD. Whatever. Hello, YOLOers and artards. Don't YOLO into weeklies if you can't take the heat. Thanks, Nebraska. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Yeah, fucking January 6th was weird. I think it was like the largest amount of negative delta exercised on GameStop any day in the last year. I'm still not sure why. Honestly, I don't know what that satisfied. Yeah, that's why Jan 6 was weird. I mean, yeah. It satisfied me. I had options that day. I mean, we all did, right? Capitol riot? Wrong year. But okay. Did any hedge fund go belly up around that time? No. I chugged it away. You're welcome. Crying baby bitch line crossed. Let's fucking go. Never not bullish. Thank you, Visceral. I appreciate your bullishness. I have an Eagle cam playing on another tab, and it makes it seem as if you're streaming from the forest. Does that scare you? No. I'm not scared of the forest. I just don't like it. It's satisfied from going on Reg Show. Thanks for everything. That's not a real sentence, Samuel. I mean, we know that XRT began its thresholding process the next day. We don't know if that had anything to do with GameStop going on threshold the same day. One day MACD looks a bit similar to August, coming close to crossing but running after. It does. There's similarities. There's also similarities with it to November, but the range of divergence is greater than November. November, it like tapped the MACD line and then bounced. Fun MOASS while it lasted. We're running today. Mark my words on your whiteboard. Sure. They just don't want any buying to occur on the stock. It's so fucking obvious. I wonder what fucking dark pool utilization's up to. Whoa. Who the fuck bought 1.6 million shares in a sweep? Well, dark pool utilization now down to 26.8. Is that our short? What the fuck? This hasn't even printed. I've got to be looking at the wrong stock, right? Okay. Jesus. Hold on. I'm on XRT. 56.5%. So a little over half our volume for dark pools right now. Down. It's down about 3% from earlier. What's the difference between being a billionaire and a Cornish hen? Cornish hens are tender. Pull it together. I'm fine. I'm begging you to call BlackRock and tell them to run the stock up. Can the Melvin unwinding still factor into this somewhat in any way? I don't know. I don't think they've had a position on GameStop since last year. I don't think Melvin unwinding is gonna fucking do anything. Oh, what? Yeah, they definitely have strategy meetings. Everything's they use algorithms to execute strategies, right? Algorithms aren't just running the market, right? They develop a strategy and then the algorithm does all the trading. They can clear in after hours helped by arbitrage. No, they can't clear that much volume in after hours. There's no fucking way. Oh. That's because I don't know why I had XRT open. I was looking at the historical put interest. You said OPEX begets OPEX. Can they roll each month's or quarterly obligations in perpetuity? Yeah, that's kind of what they do. Or is that where the +2 +35 thing comes into play? Is there a hard stop to the rolling? Liquidity? That is where the +2 +35 thing comes into play, but it's also the lack of liquidity, right? That makes them continue rolling because essentially all positions on GME create FTDs, which they then have to satisfy, and they have to use the ETFs to do that, otherwise they create more FTDs. Possible advantage to them running on Friday to lock out those who cannot buy 0 DTEs. Yeah, there's an advantage to that. Or it's not even just the advantage, they just have till tomorrow to do it. It's as simple as that. Every large every large GEX spike on fucking GME has led to a large run up. Every large closure of puts on XRT has led to a large run up. These things only occur on OPEX. These aren't things that are like constantly happening and kind of line up with OPEX. They are directly in line with what creates OPEX. You know, in November we knew about OPEX. We didn't essentially know why or how it happened or understand the positioning, which we do now. Sell me your CC algorithm. I don't have a CC algorithm. I'm just better at doing it than you. When 750,000 FTDs from 531. I mean, those will be can kicked. 35 calendar days afterwards. Jesus Christ, Nebraska. I'm fine, you're fine. We all combine and cross that fine line. Violent upside. Thank you so much, man. Delta weighted put gamma drop was minimal. Why do you think it's running again? Why do you think it's running back up? Oh yeah, I know the drops are almost non-existent. There's just no volume. Thank you so much, Nebraska. I appreciate that, man. I don't know what that currency is worth. I assume it's a lot because it's pink. Moana soon? We'll see. Who's this guy donating millions to you? Just a whale, clearly. That's $5. It's like $50. That's still a lot. I'm comparing volume weighted MACD versus MACD on the daily. VMACD shows bearish cross on daily. Regular MACD shows bullish cross. Interesting. You probably don't want to look at volume weighted on that daily. I would probably go down to the 4-hour. You might need to slow down the smoothing a bit too. Gotta do the Ko-Fi so Google doesn't take all the money. Whatever. If Jamie announces a reverse split, I mean, we get 100% run to 1K. There is no announcement of a reverse split. It just happens. Reverse splits don't have the same, like, 10-day period that forward splits do. They don't need to announce shit. Just opens and the stock is reverse split. The 12K volume from 14 to 1403 doesn't show up on my time and sales on WeBull. That's just because I pay for the like OTC data. So if the trades are executed in dark pools or on like obscure exchanges, it won't show up. If I give Gherk $500, I better get an exclusive OnlyFans session. No. Not very smart. Can you explain how we know they have to cover OPEX and why we are expecting 10 to 15 million volume? Because they can't return shares to the ETF without buying the shares on the lit exchange, and the market maker cannot carry a $250 million gamma imbalance beyond their T+2 window, which is simply extended because of the holiday. Adrius, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. VWAP MACD on the 4-hour. VWAP MACD, bullish cross, bullish divergence. MACD also bullish cross. Except lines are converging, not diverging. Okay. $2,000 copium, nice. 100K shill. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Nebraska. I very much appreciate your bullishness today. Thank you. I don't know what's going on here. Thank you so much, man. Reverse splits have no notification requirements. Nope. So at 9:20 Eastern, they could reverse split, and 9:30 it opens, reverse split all same day. I think it's filed. I mean, it's filed in advance, but there's no notification given to anybody. And then the reverse split happens in after hours, or like market open, like 4 a.m. Crazy how the price can stay over a 2-day period, and the same contracts for July go from 6,000 to 57. Ivy is a cruel mistress. 6,000 to 57,000. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just Ivy crushing. You lied to me. You said weeklies were a bad idea. Turns out they were a horrible idea. Yeah, I know. Win long AMC? Literally never. We come to find out that Nebraska bought puts and inversed the pickle jar. I mean, even if he bought puts, he also wouldn't be in the money. I don't think that's the case, but we've just gone up and then traded flat for three days. We're not down. We're just not up, right? That's the big complaint. It's not that it's not like we're back at 130 or 135 even. We're just here. You're a weekly? I know. If you worked for them, would you clean FTD? How would you clean FTDs? Oh, you just generate volume, right? CNS handles the problem for you. Imagine how much you'd get if your shirt was off. This is a serious financial stream, Girk's neighbor. I think Carl called him poor, so he's proving he's better than Carl, which is already clear. Don't let Carl see that message, JC. What's safer, crossing the streams or buying 1 DTEs? Crossing the streams. Wait, this isn't Chatterbait? No. If today was a round of golf, I'd snapped a few clubs by now. Fair enough. Is this how hostile takeover works? First it's flirting donations, and then it's Wendy's penetrations? Maybe. The dude who keeps donating is on the Philly floor and no VUPs incoming. Listen, if whoever's exercising calls on the Philly floor is long, I don't think that's a good thing. Am I a pigeon whale now? In essence, yeah. For the next 30 days. Thank you, Nebraska. I appreciate it, man. How can I super chat with different currency? Something majorly inflated, so it looks like I'm a baller. I don't know. Can you donate in other currencies? John Jar Banks, thank you so much, man. Was Freg's Day on Friday? No, it was on a Tuesday. Right? Yeah, Tuesday. Now I understand why you're jacked about a reverse split. It's a nuclear option. Yeah. Donate in yen, you'll look like a baller. I wish they'd give it to me in yen. I'm gonna get a long position on that. Sell 20, 127, 1 CSPs. I mean, if you do, we're gonna run. Order came in on BX. What doing, Kenny? Huh? Cup and handle and Bobby? No. Sweet theta being siphoned away. You gotta make sure that you have a full tank of gas if you're going on a road trip. Oh, thanks, Stefan. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought it would look like. Is that up to the minute? Or the hour? It's a 4 hour, right? I know where the indicator is. I thought you just sent me a screenshot. I just didn't want to pull it up. Do you think DFV is still with us? I wouldn't fucking sell my shares if I could make $500,000 a week selling covered calls. I used my insane art talent to draw you a cartoon. DM. Uh, OPEX. Fluffy, you know, sometimes on days like this, I feel like I've been here too long. But beautifully put. Subway Cup, Super Chat FOMO. Thank you so much, Subway Cup. Jesus fucking Christ, Nebraska. Why would I buy puts when I only like VUP? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You guys don't have to fucking donate money. My calls are still green. I haven't lost it all yet. What's the rest of the basket looking like for OPEX? I mean, nothing's really run except Express. Thank you, Blueberry Batman, for the $1,000 paper super chat. Thanks again, Nebraska. I appreciate it, man. We'll get there. MOASS is always tomorrow, right? Why not regarding Philadelphia? Oh, why is it a bad thing if the Philly floor is long? Because it would mean that someone's probably shifting out of a short position. Pay the pickled piper. Thank you, Moonman. Jar Jar Binks just tracking the spy. Yeah. Which isn't having a great day. Don't act like you other degens have money. We all know we stole our wives' credit cards to send these. What's the advantage of a floor trade? Anonymity? Less anonymity, actually, I would say, because there's only so many brokerages open on the, like, that have access to the floor in Philly. Whereas, like, if it came through Arca, you'd just have no idea. Free super chat. All I had to donate after losing my full port in weeklies. Happy OPEX to you and all. Thanks, Idaho Beef. I appreciate it, man. Are how dead all the tradings days this week been telling you anything? No, it just makes it really hard to determine if we're gonna fucking tank or go up. That's really all the low volume does, is it just makes it harder to determine any directionality. Can I Venmo request you on this donation thing? Give me your money. Want me to get you a call, turd? Petition to call this week, Freg-teenth, if we get rugged. Thanks, Senpai. I don't wanna name anything else bad after Freg. I will say that Freg isn't here though, which makes this whole thing sus as fuck. I will subscribe for Pigeon Whale when we run. Nice. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You don't have to do any of those things, but it's very nice of you. Reverse Head and Shoulders on Bobby, or did it invalidate when it rejected below 7? On what time frame? You're talking about like on the 1 minute? This isn't a reverse head and shoulders. This is just it's just like a reversal into an uptrend. It looks fine. And this doesn't look bad. It broke VWAP. Looks better than fucking GameStop today. Yes, this is different currency. Take it. Thank you, Glodemeister. People are getting ridiculous. Why is everyone donating money today? Is there something I don't know? Is the stock running? This isn't the kind of bullishness we want. Everyone's selling their calls and donating me the proceeds. Cat is at 176. I think I got some August 200C. Here is just in case it turns around by then. They were $200 each. That's fucking cheap as shit. I mean, if it bounces, it can hit 200. I'm about to donate in Venezuelan pesos. Jesus. Buy 100 shares on stream to prove you're not working for a short hedge fund. Didn't I do that in March? Stop giving Google all your money, guys. Job interview at 4 p.m. today. Hoping I'll be able to re-up that Pigeonwell membership soon. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. Good luck, man. The road I live on is Gamecock, South Carolina. Still seems pretty bullish. I gotta agree with that. Stop spamming the chat, Polar Bear. Carl Pex. JC, did this thing go through? It looks like it did. My much larger super chat was blocked because Carl timed me out. Will we know immediately tomorrow morning by checking dark pool volume if they place their expected orders? No. Looks like you were wrong again. Shove this donation where the sun don't shine. Thanks, Koala Hugger. I will. I'll shove it right into more calls for OPEX. Could Philly be Gabe? No, I don't think so. I don't think Melvin has a desk on the Philly exchange. NYSE, maybe. Are you closing your calls by tomorrow? Tomorrow night, probably. Well, well, not night, but towards the end of day tomorrow. So you're saying they want everyone to know it's them when they trade on the Philly exchange? They just don't give a shit. That's why I don't think they're doing it to satisfy. Like I don't think they're using like married put calls. Right? Married puts are illegal, so you wouldn't want to do those like, or well, married puts to satisfy reg show requirements are illegal, so you wouldn't want to do those like right out in the open like that. Put their pickle my dresses. Exercising calls on the Philly exchange. Same like being the naked guy in the locker room that's confidently swinging that hog around for everyone to see, but nobody to look at. Yes. It's kind of a big swinging dick move. Can we get a full bull on margin? Payback when we break 150? I think it will help motivate the stock. How's this? If we break VWAP to the upside today, I'll play full bull. Fug day. Paying my ties. Full bull for OPEX. Thanks, just in it to win it. I appreciate it, man. Kirk-teenth. 5-share Greg. Put their pickle in my jar. What about Greg-teenth? No, it's not Greg's fault. Hello, volume. Stop donating me money. I said I'm going to play the full bull song if we break VWAP and we immediately jump up to VWAP. Like, what the fuck is this? Who's watching this stream? I thought I YOLO'd my free chat and got on the bandwagon. Also, can't wait for the run. You get questioned every time until we rock. Until we run. Rock on, Gherk. You're always right. Thanks, Bradistonk. That's not true, but I appreciate it. FOMO packs tomorrow. Heard it here first. Thank you, Skono. Oh, man, I'm so far fucking behind on the chat. Lugs, you're gonna take my money and you will like it. Thank you so much, Lugs. Subway Cup. Well, we all actually faded your DD, Gherk. Duh. When we run for bro packs, should Spy likely go with us? Let us know so we can fade your Spy DD. Also, thanks. Gotta pay the pickle. Thanks, Churchill. I appreciate it, man. I just got back from work meeting. We can run now. Thanks for all you do, Gherk. Thanks, Hacksaw. People don't turn down money. That's what separates us from the animals. What? Put their pickle in my jar, put their pickle in my jar, and put their pickle in my jar. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Speeder Comfort. I appreciate it. Nebraska, we will prevail. Thank you so much, man. Okay, chat is just blown up. I hope I didn't miss any super chats. Code Black, No Pucks Relief Fund. Thanks, man. Andreas, I appreciate it, dude. Eric, take my 50,000 Terra Luna. It's worth $3. Yeah. All right. I might have missed a couple. I hope I didn't. If the mods saw them, maybe they can help. We don't run by tomorrow. What plausible explanations could we have for the MM to delay settlement of gamma imbalance? It should be higher now than it was end of day Friday, right? Now, yes. Now that we're up for today. Almost. We're not up higher than we were down yesterday. So, Monday we were up however much percent. I think it was like 4% or something, right? Monday 6%. Then yesterday or Tuesday, sorry. Tuesday we were up. That can't be fucking right. Bomb. There we go. Tuesday up 7.48. Wednesday up 3%. Oh, that's the 17th. All right. 3% up. 1% down. 1.3% down. So we're up 8% and then 3%, which generated about $260 million worth, then down 1.3, and we're now up 0.77. So this is almost negated. And then, this is what was there already. So if we get up above 1.3% today, If we're positive 1.3% today, then the full balance of the gamma is still due. Rejected on VWAP. That was a lot of fucking volume. For today. I know I missed a Ko-Fi, 1 sec. What's a couple bucks between dads? Donos seem like weeklies. Thank you so much, man. Just damn good to see you smile so much instead of dealing with SS bullshit. I love you. Thanks, Posty. If I were to put some Swedish krona between my cheeks, would you then take butt sex from me? No. Please don't. No. Jeff the kind of poor. Wait, are we paying Girk now? Here you go, man. Thanks for the knowledge. Love being able to make money outside of my day job. Happy Slowpex. Happy Slowpex to you too, sir. Reversal. Ooh, bull flag. So anybody who asks about bull flags all the time, thank you so much, Jeff the Poor. This is a bull flag, right? It's a sudden upward high volume movement followed by a period of consolidation that breaks to the upside. That's a bull flag. It happens on short time frames, not long ones. $404 not found. Welp, these pickles won't lick themselves. Thank you so much, man. Person likes Unvermogen. Say my name for OPEX. I tried. No, this is a bull flag that broke out and then died. It even looks like a flag. Yeah. I've been meaning to ask, e-girls or i-ladies? What? I really don't know what either of those things are. Like, I'm not really sure I know what an e-girl is. Otherwise, I'd be far better at marketing my channel, right? Don't forget to make estimated payments on all these donations. What was it called when the low's at the same level after a breakup? Is that a pendant versus a flag? Yeah. So if you have consecutively, so if you have an up and then all your lows are the same with lower highs, that's a bear pennant. These can break up. They're not as likely to break up as a bear flag. Bear flags, you have lower lows and lower highs. My jar will Gurk down 87% on those weeklies you told me to buy. What's another $3 on top of being down 7 quadrillion? It's okay. You'll get it back next year. Did you hear about that farmer that won the Nobel Prize? No? Is this a joke? Is there a follow-up? Gurk's not so hot neighbor. Little do you all know, I've been playing Full Bowl on loop today since I found it in the Discord. You son of a bitch. This is why we couldn't run. Niseo, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. He was outstanding in his field. Oh. Wow. All right. Ha. I'll leave these nuts on your face. Thanks. I want to eat some nuts right now, actually. I've got to re-up the nut mix. Down 70% on the port from weeklies. Are these babies going to print or what? Probably not. Your confidence in me being able to make the money back is unfounded and comforting. You're welcome. I always keep the nut mix at my desk. Huh. I just spilled nuts all over the place. Archer, Pickleman in Nebraska for MOASS. Thank you so much, dude. Let's break up. We can listen to Full Bowl on repeat. Give J Fresh a nut? Over there. I wonder if I can just... Okay. There we go. Is it too much to ask to open at 137 tomorrow so I can buy 150 zero DTEs for 4 cents? Then run to 160 so I can sell them for 10 each. I hope so. They can't be that fucking dumb, right? They can't let us have that. Like, imagine the Delta exposure that would trigger the following Tuesday. That's just like throwing free money at us if they do that. Please, it may help my Full Bowl. Please, it may help my 141C. We'll see, King Dong. Gotta break VWAP, man. Gotta break VWAP. I already lowered the expectations by dropping it for 150 to VWAP. Would you manage my position tomorrow? I shall be flying. Thank you. You know, if I do that, I'm just going to sell all your shares, right? And I'm going to wire transfer the money to JFresh. I saw a negative volume candle on the SPY and Active Trader Pro. I thought it was a crime, but then I settled down, reset the graph, and the negative volume was corrected. This seemed really suspicious, so now I know it was crime. JFresh, did you see me petting you? I gave you scratches behind the ear. All indices dropping. Can you play the first line, then cut it off just once to give the stock the motivation it needs? Oh. Only if we fall back down to the EMA 30. The stream gets weird when the stock is boring. Yes. So MOASS next week then? I mean, if they cover all the obligations in one day with 0 DTEs, it's hard to say, right? A lot of the 0 DTEs are going to sell off. It's not like people are buy weeklies tomorrow. I wonder if there's an advantage there that I'm not thinking of. Like if everyone FOMOs, but then everyone makes a shitload of money and they just buy farther dated calls. They have to understand that, right? Like even with the premium priced up, like no, right? They'll just turn the stocks off, just like a circuit breaker. How many down gaps on that big 30K vol jump? None. One. There's one here at 138.66. I think these are all too small to fill, frankly. I don't think they're relevant. I think it's obviously they figured out a way to get rid of it. We just aren't aware of it yet. I don't necessarily agree with that, right? Because it's not over. Will CNIS have any impacts? Have we seen a run this late in the afternoon on such low volume before? February last year? Unless they want a bigger run this time to get back to the 180, 250 channel. As there is too much buy pressure at this point. FYI, 400 bucks of those 150 DTEs makes 100K for every 10 bucks above 160. So 250 would make you a millionaire. I mean, if they print. I'm just happy to be here losing unrealized money with you whiny pickles. Thanks so much, Frank. Each cycle, we just sharpen our collective blade. The stream and Discord is the weirdest group of people, and I'm 100% here for it. We also have a Discord full of hotties. Okay. It better be a separate Discord full of hotties. XRT dividend? Is that tomorrow? Pay date, June 20th. Record date. The record date was last week, right? It was Monday? How does that fucking work? Oh, that's 2022. Wait. Oh, here it is. Okay, I see it. Pay date's tomorrow? Yeah, alright. But how does that... Huh. That shouldn't have any effect though, right? That's just... They're just gonna cash settle because we're already past the X date. So whatever shorts they're holding open on XRT, they're just gonna pay out, right? I know you have a graph of XRT dividends versus GameStop price. Just show it to me. Correct, I do. It doesn't make any sense that they'd wait to cover until the pay date, though, right? Or to the... Yeah. It's not $1,000 super chat. It's 1,000 SEK. It's just some... Which is... European currency. It's still a lot. It's like a huge super chat. I'm not used to that. Counted my GME shares yesterday and had 666. I quickly bought 3 more. 669, much better. Well done. Are we gonna fucking break out of this bullshit or what? How long till CNIS closes? Hold on, I'm trying to close my weeklies, but I think we're gonna break out again. Down 87% on those weeklies you told me to buy. Wait, hold on, that's not the one that just came in. Kendra, if you want to be horny for 2 to 3 hours like you've never been in your life, listen to me. Take about 10 to 12 Benadryl, smoke some weed. I promise you'll be so horny. What the fuck? I've been up for 48 hours watching women's wrestling. What the fuck is wrong with you? Congratulations, Kendra. Don't knock it till you try it. I don't think Melvin's short position is still open. Are there extended deadlines and loopholes for when a fund fully closes? Yes, there are. 75 calendar days, but if they have an official date, they should have everything closed by then. So like the day their license is pulled, that's the last moment to settle. Hey Gurk, huge fan of the stream. Here's $5 to say thanks. Okay. Thank you, Cage. I appreciate that. Your math is off. Can you pet JFresh again? Jesus Christ, chat's going nuts. Maybe there's more exposure than you're predicting via other ETFs. It's more beneficial to bleed weeklies and crush hope, and then run on Friday as people chase. I mean, we don't really know the exposure in other ETFs. It's harder to track. They don't have like as liquid options chains. Hey Gherkin, I love your stream. Here's $10,000 to say thanks. Thanks, JFresh69 Cat. JFresh. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Right? You read my mind. Hold on. There we go. This is perfect. Now we can break out. Spidey kiss? Holy shit, Atwell Enjoyment. I like to pop in from time to time and say thanks, but I generally prefer to look. I hope you have a wonderful day. Lurk, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks also to the people who are active in the chat and make these days so much fun to watch. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. Holy shit. Nugsy, banana. Not gonna say that. Thank you. All we've got to do is trade like 75 shares. Boom, we cross VWAP. Like that. Oh, you fucking bastards. 275 shares. Ah. Fucking assholes. So close. Just sold 1,000. Just all from NYSE. BBBY broke 7? Ooh. That's exciting. At least something's performing today. We're still in it.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, violent outside, I can be full, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Are we halted? No? What's going on? Volume is just non-existent. Yeah, I know. Are they preparing a full bear song for the first week of July? I don't think so. Just throwing it out there. I drew a trend line from our bull pennant, and we kept the trend line with that bump. We should be like here. The question is this the breakout? Hmm. Hmm. Who do I need to hug to hear my song? Come on, Bobby. Send the hugging pickle and the money. We'll see. We're breaking resistance. I need 8, want 10? We're just like right up here. This is where we need to be. BBY making consistent daily highs. Yeah, it keeps running up. Power Hour song? Nah, I don't know about that. All right. Oh, it doesn't work. What the fuck?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I don't know if we're gonna halt into close. That seems like a bit much. Once we hit GM, will they short the shit out of it sub 100s? Maybe, yeah. Actually, I can. I'm a retired CIA double agent and president of the Cool Guy Club. Good morning, Julia. I don't get the reference, but thank you. Oh, the Cena song is locked and loaded. Call a vote. Should we halt into close? No, that's ridiculous. Right? I'm eating a hot dog right now. It needs more mustard. Congratulations.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
You're on the 5-minute? I know. The stream turned into adult Schoolhouse Rock so subtly. I know. It's good stuff. What do you think about Weber and the 4th of July barbecue? Oh God. No comment. What is the EMA script you use? 30, 60, 90? 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. It's not a script though. That's just, I just set them there. Stock split announcement would absolutely crush the hedge funds right now. It would be an excellent time to announce a split. Maybe if we were trading at 150. Upside down JFresh for MOASS. I agree. Cena's song makes me feel weird. Like, good weird? Volgavana White? What price are you bailing on your weeklies? By the way, bullish divergence on 15 and positive cross on the MACD. I'm aware of the MACD cross. Oh, the 15-minute MACD? Yeah, looks good. I mean, we're back at resistance, right? 30 is getting there. Hours, okay. 4 looks a little better. I feel like I should like load up right now. No, that's a bad idea. Thank you. What was the other part of the question? What price am I bailing on my weeklies? I might bail on them now. I feel like this could get kind of grindy with no big price improvement from CNS. Maybe 330. I'll give it till. Chewy up 27% this week. OPEX is definitely still a thing. I know. Tesla went from 650 to like 750. I'm well aware that OPEX is still a thing, but GameStop has not been covered yet. This random little old lady told me GME big announcement after hours that RC announces more BBBY buys. She didn't even know I own both. Eerie as fuck. I hope so. I hope that BBBY is finally the penny stock you buy that makes you a millionaire. Subway Cup. Do you ever change time frame on your Henkin bars to feel more bullish when some appear red? No. I'm thinking about buying the rest of the GME float. Don't think about it. It's what, 10 shares? They're watching and waiting until you sell them, then boom. So do it for everyone. Never. Bailing on your weeklies will cause the OPEX run. Sell them now. Is that the VWASP you killed? Similar. Yes. Is it a good idea to propose to my new company to invest all free cash flow to handcraft a Volga Vana squeeze on the infamous meme stock GMA? Don't SS do Flare Fridays? Everybody going to request pickle liquor. Insta-ban, I reckon. Wait, if they don't cover tonight, doesn't it have to be first thing in the morning? Yes. Doubt. Trust me, bro. Someone did buy 5K 7.5 715s. That's a lot. If you can't buy 0 DTs tomorrow, would you hold them? Fuck. How far out of the money are you? That depends on how. If you're really close, like if you're at like 140, then yeah, but or like 145 even, I might consider it, but like 150s I probably wouldn't hold overnight. How fast do we need to rise, or what price do we need to hit to get halted? We'd have to rise $14 in 5 minutes. Hit me with your best pickup line. Oh. My magic watch says you aren't wearing any underwear. And then you would reply, well, your watch must be broken, or something along those lines. And then you just like, damn, the thing must be 10 minutes fast. To be fair, that's not mine. I stole it. I think it's from like Sean Connery or something. Dark pool dump at 3:30. Savage. That's garbage. Go fuck yourself, trash. All right, I didn't ask for your fucking opinion. If I wanted it, I'd take the ball gag out of your mouth. Stop abusing lemons. Trash is a duck. If Sean Connery's still in, I'm in. Listen, if you're using pickup lines to meet girls, you're also not getting laid. Better pickup line. I want to buy puts on your mouth because you're going down. Trash will be back from their bunk in a second. Adam's in the morning. Fuck it. Just submit a 5 million share market order. I hope so. Right? How great would that be? Why no OPEX? Why complain? It's just wait. Then tomorrow say why no OPEX. Why always early? When are you bailing on your 715s? Tomorrow morning? Tomorrow afternoon. Hey girl, you want to see some violent upside? That sounds like a threat. I've been meaning to ask you for a really long time, and it's really down to the wire. I need a response. What do you think of Dwayne The Rock Johnson smells like cocoa butter? Like he's either that or like children's sunblock. Right? Like everywhere he goes, he's ready to get a tan. Protein farts. No one, forget about Gherk. Y'all know me. Still the same pickle. Hated on by most of these apes with no gains, no dicks, no brains, no tricks, and no chains. No quants or pickles picks, so they complain mad at me just because I won't agree that DRS gives Kenny's shorts stains. How was my flow? Thanks. About 1 billion weekly is why no MOASS? I mean, if you really bought 1 billion weeklies, maybe we'd get one. Whoever asked the question, I smell like your mom. Thank you, Dwayne the Long Johnson. So you think you'll hold your July 15s over the weekend? That depends. Probably not. That was one long time out. Philly's being naughty again. I know. I also refreshed it. Shit. If we hit 200 tomorrow, can I be unbanned? Maybe. I'll consider it. Wait, you didn't DM me on Reddit. I still don't even know your fucking screen name. Enjoy chicken nuggets for lunch because I'm still waiting on tendies, and I too want to smell like protein farts when the missus gets home from work. Ah. Have you ever seen them pull the wait until the last second and then print and dark pool strategy? I'm not sure how likely it is, given how bad of an idea it seems to be. Yes, they did it last February. It's a shit idea. But we've seen them do it before. Did we just... That was weird. Does Jeffries have a Philly trading desk? Maybe. I don't know. You can look up the list. There's a list of who has desks on the Philly exchange. If they run it tomorrow, won't that result in a feedback loop? Yes. Just trying to understand the play. I'll sell the 715s if nothing happens tomorrow, because then that means there's no market maker pressure. How do you make a gold soup? I don't know. It wasn't, so it's not up on red? It sort of is, right? We the next candle gapped and then filled. So the next candle opened here and then filled down. Yeah. Would hold the 715s over the weekend if we run? Yes. Assuming they cover tomorrow, what would be the advantage for them doing so instead of covering today? Because they don't have to cover today? I mean, that would be the biggest advantage. They can take that $250 million and put it literally anywhere else and make more money on it. I don't know what the fuck's going on with RAD or why it's climbing. Have we seen the affiliate exchange do this 5 days straight? It's been more than that, I think. Could the wait till the last minute dark pool print strap be their only strap because of the exposure they're holding that we can't see? Maybe. Alternatively, they can just cover it all at market open. How confident are you in covering tomorrow? Slim. Although, this is encouraging. What's the thought on what's going on today? What do you mean? Nothing's gone on today. We've traded 1.5 million volume, and we're now right back where we opened. We've just tracked the SPY successfully over the course of an entire day. Some people sold calls, some people bought calls. Yeah, they can delay the run till tomorrow afternoon. Like early afternoon, but yeah. Doesn't there have to be GEX tomorrow, though? There is GEX that they haven't covered. Why is covering tomorrow slim? Because it's disadvantageous. When was the last time we ran on a Friday? Oh, there's been a few of them recently. BBY holding 7 is bullish. Yeah, it's good. If not tomorrow, when? How could they not cover them if not tomorrow? Is it possible we missed something? How? I don't know. Is it? Of course it's possible that we missed something. I don't see what, though. It's not immediately apparent. but it could be. I mean, everything is still like the time frame is not over, but obviously, like, I mean, I'm gonna wait it out no matter what. I just don't like this. It would have made far more sense for them to cover today. Why would they take so much risk covering tomorrow? It seems fucking stupid. The only explanations for that are either extremely bullish or very, very bearish. Well, that's one of the very, very bullish extremes, Carl. Keep saying sad things. You're making us MOASS. I didn't say anything sad. I'm just grounded in my expectations. I realize that time is running out. When they know we know more, they play our feelings. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong, Nebraska. Thank you, by the way. Me too. All my calls are dated in July. Thanks for teaching me not to buy weeklies. You're welcome. If everyone listened to that, I wouldn't have to deal with any complaining. Usually we see borrow rate on the rise and the price takes a dump before our run. We didn't see that this time. We must be missing something. No, we've seen borrow rate rise twice out of fucking 8 OPEX events. Two of them came with rising borrow rates. Well, 3 actually, because borrow rates went up in January. March, the borrow rate barely moved. Like February, March. April, not at all. Or June, like, well, May, June last year. August, nothing. November, nothing. Okay, maybe there's something about this that you don't understand, JC. The things we're tracking, they can't cover last week. Maybe New York City's hooker association fee was due on 6/23, and so they have to wait to cover. No, today's the last full day that they can cover Gex. They can still place the order by market open tomorrow. I bought July 15s, and I'm still anxious about them boofing this. Why? Are you up on them? My OPEX calls are still up 50%. Of course, I will diamond hand them to 0, so you're still a shill. Thanks. Wouldn't that be the best game theory? Waited out hoping we missed something and then abandoned our position while they took on the biggest risk. Essentially, they're bluffing, but waiting it out. I mean, yes, but they don't need to do that, right? How can they not cover GEX? They have until tomorrow morning at market open. So why the fuck are you here, J1124? Just leave. If you think that's true, get the fuck out of here. That large volume candle like an hour ago, wasn't it a liquidity test? Not necessarily, no. I think it was just a big call order. It could have been a dark pool dump. What's your gut feeling about this OPEX? I still feel bullish on it. How much was that? About $260 million, roughly. James, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, dude.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
If it doesn't play out, that would be 2 times it didn't. Both times included holidays on the week of expected covering. Yes, that's a concern as well. But last Feb had a holiday on the week of expected covering and we still ran. Which means there has to, if that's the case, if that's what kills the potential for a run, is FINRA deferments, there is almost zero fucking transparency. Actually, no, not almost. There is zero fucking transparency in the way that works. They're 15, 30, 60, 75-day extensions are just fucking completely arbitrary. Granted by them privately. Like we would never be able to figure out how or why they're able to use that system to defer OPEX obligations, if that's the case. But again, I don't think they can, because they would have done it in February of last year when obligations were at their highest, right? Bull flag? I mean, not really. Like a little tiny bull flag. Just moving up. This is just an uptrend. It's a steep one, but it's just an uptrend. I have a 200C for tomorrow. Jesus. Would it be advisable to sell now or wait for the morning? I mean, it's going to be worth nothing in the morning. Even if we go to 200 tomorrow, it might not print. Thanks, Eliam King. I think with the shares I have, if MOASS happens, I'll be fine. Up 2%, we hype as fuck. They have no idea what they're up against. I think they very, very much know exactly what they're up against. Could you say it's a bull flag on the 4-hour? No, not really. There's an ascending wedge. It's part of like a bigger breakout. But we've tested 140. I mean, like, this almost reminds me of like the battle for fucking 180. Like, this is our what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests of 180 this week? Or 140? 1, 2, 3. So 3 tests of the high trend, and then 3 breakouts and 3 tests of the low of the horizontal resistance. I mean, look at this fucking stair steps. Like, the shit is so under control, right? Like, there's no question about it. Halting into close allows them to push the dumps tomorrow into Monday. But that's going to trigger FOMO again. But that's the weird thing, is we didn't see utilization go up here and here. It just kind of like utilization went up here a little bit, and then it dropped, and then it's just kind of been stagnating in this range. It's high, like the asymmetric risk is high, but we also know that because, whoa. Fuck was that? What a great program. How likely is a run in after hours? Pretty slim. What a halt into close does is it allows them to cover their obligations the following day. What's your knowledge on ISO and AMTs? I need to pick your brain on it. Let me know if you have time to chat later. Just personal nonsense, but curious on your take. Okay. Yeah, I might be able to later. I'll DM you and let you know. When did you start using ATP? For sure, dude. We just halted. Oh wait, never mind. Nothing's happening. Oh, I don't think they covered any gamma imbalance today, Stefan. Can they cover obligations in after hours? Sure, but they likely won't. They could try. I mean, it's very illiquid, though. So, can obligations be covered in after hours? Yes. Can they cover their obligations in after hours? Probably not. Not without running the price up massively, right? Shouldn't they not be afraid of the upside due to having their entropy swaps in place? What's up with controlling the price so much? I mean, I don't really know if there's a lot of control being exerted on the price, Jeff. I think it's actually the lack of control being it's like the lack of control being exerted is more what we're seeing. We're seeing them hold a hard line at that upper trend, but we're not really seeing them do much else. So like they'll kill the breakout, but that's all they're really trying to stop. The rest of the intraday price action is mostly just tracking active funds and options trading. Maybe their entropy swap isn't complete. We wouldn't have any way of knowing that though. Yeah, there's no way for us to track that. We can track them entering it because positionally it's very odd, right? But like, we wouldn't have any way of knowing if they were fully hedged or not. If they delayed it in Feb, let's say because of the holiday, let's assume it doesn't run tomorrow. Do you think this will kick the can to July? I mean, yeah, Feb kicked to March, right? We already have obligations in July, so it's possible. In which case, I just roll forward, right? But see, I still have a problem with the logic there. Why did they cover in Feb then? If they can offset it with FINRA holiday deferrals of last year. Because they could have, like, if they could have used the holiday advantageously last year, that would have been the time to do it. Not now when obligations are much lower. Diminishing volume means Sinus either doesn't need to roll or isn't able to roll. Now, you know I like the more bullish version of that, right? At this point, I have no intention of holding anything into next week. Daily, thank you. Thank you so much, Wi-Fi. I appreciate it, dude. Now we're up again? Like, what the fuck? So T plus 2 plus 2 Gaff, T+2+2 settlements, final settlements tomorrow morning, right? Orders placed by 9:15. I'm aware, that's why I left it open-ended. Figured I would softball pitch you something. I mean, I know that the dried up liquidity can be both bullish and bearish, but I think the weirder part is why haven't they just dropped us? The rest of the basket's gone down like a rock. Like DDS is down 5% today. Do you think the magnitude of May OPEX could have some effects on June OPEX? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think Steam got blown off in May OPEX. Some, but there's still a lot, right? Like there's still a lot got blown off for June OPEX. And then you know, obviously like it was harder for people to buy calls in the higher range, so less pressure from retail options. But we knew all that going into this. That was expected. So like I wasn't expecting us to get like another March, right? And don't get me wrong, the $20 move up is nice on the options I did buy, but I mean, if they can't cover, they get their positions closed. Check Discord DM, comment, and 5-10 link might explain waiting till Monday to skip all the 24th exposure. Looks like the entropy hedge isn't there anymore. Is the higher delta, or is there another factor? The sold OI isn't there anymore? Yeah, it is. Right T date is tomorrow, June 24th. So if the idea is the due includes any time until the opening bell the next day, tomorrow isn't that day, Monday is. I don't think they get the I think when they give the extension, according to FINRA, the extended date is the final settlement date. Desperate Danny, if you're listening in. So I don't based on what they told me, I don't think that's accurate. I think the 24th is the final day that they can cover, not the like last day plus a morning. Wouldn't they just bring the price down if they covered? I mean, the price would just drop if they covered, right? There's nothing to sustain price action in this range. Makes it seem that the pressure wasn't as high. Yesterday was super low volume too. I mean, according to the like, if you look at the GEX and the volume, like, and the delta hedge volume, they haven't covered any of their gamma exposure from the move up last week. They can't like FTD that, right? I mean, that's the DM do something posted here a couple times. So 21 holiday was the week before OPEX. Feb 15th. That could be why they couldn't boof 2021. Interesting. That's interesting. I thought it was the same week. Isn't President's Day on like the 20th or something? Why the fuck was President's Day on the 15th? This is just like the third Monday of February? Are you cutting the weeklies? Yeah. SPY got to close with 377.50 for bullish. So watch them just get below. You missed my Ko-Fi? Oh, sorry. Check Discord DM, comment at 510. Okay, I saw that. You took 5 seconds too long to notice the Ko-Fi. So here's another one. Thanks, Kirk. Thank you, Wi-Fi. I appreciate it, man. Under 2 million volumes, still suspiciously low, right? It is low. Wasn't President's Day was 221. So there was a holiday that week then. You missed my last Ko-Fi. It feels bad, man. Thank you, Wi-Fi. I saw all 3 of them, actually. Why did RC move President's Day? I've got Feb OPEX ding ding. I've got Feb OPEX PTSD. 145C weekly, close enough to hold. Let me know after ding ding, please. Could be. Yeah, I mean, if I'd had 145s, I probably would have held them overnight. Obligations in 2021 were way higher, so maybe not a solid data point. I mean, that's the benefit, though, is that they were way higher, right? Like, why deal with all the fuckery when obligations are so much lower than back then? Are you implying that the pressure on them forced them to do something? It's possible. You still have faith in an OPEX run this go around or not? I'm just waiting and seeing, right? That's why I bought farther dated calls. Well, Gurk, you got your 1.3% and some extra. Yeah. Up about double. Still seems like it's trading in the same range, though. We're not really moving up. I mean, better, but... So about 12,000. Oh, 12,000 shares at the closing bill. It makes sense for them to wait for lower NAV. I mean, no, they still have to satisfy the imbalance. They can only wait so long. They can't just wait forever. They really can't wait forever, right? With Philly fucking exercising millions of dollars of in-the-money calls every day. I'm sorry it took so long. I'm drying you pickles. I'll try to have them done by tomorrow so we can run. Thanks, Trash. What if we're just wrong? Oh, that's a possibility. I mean, we knew that going into it. I want to be in the daily recap, pretty please. All right, you're in, Wi-Fi. All right, so ding ding. Exact same shit today. Traded in basically the same range, tracked with the SPY, chopping sideways. Not really bullish or bearish. I mean, we closed up 2% over yesterday, but yesterday we were down 1.3. So, you know, over the last 2 days, we're up. We closed up 1.3 over the last 2 days, plus the 8% and the 3%. So, gamma exposure should be roughly for a 15% move to the upside. Well, no, 12%, 12% to the upside, I guess. It's down. Okay, yeah, up. Was it up, down, up? Yeah. So about a 12% move to the upside of gamma exposure, still uncovered. Volume continues to remain low. I guess the interesting thing today at the end of CNS, we rose up as opposed to yesterday where we went down. I think FTDs are a little higher tomorrow. Wasn't Feb 2021 run due to FTDs from the Jan sneeze? No, it was just OPEX. It was Feb OPEX. Massive call volume, but Feb OPEX. I think it was up, down, left, right, BA. Thank you, Ryan. So tomorrow's the final day of settlement, as far as I'm aware, through FINRA obligations or FINRA deferment of obligations. Tomorrow's the Reg T settlement date. According to them, there is no continuation past that date. I don't think that they can settle the following morning. So I think Monday morning's out, based on what they've told me. I don't think we saw a lot of call volume pickup today, but we also didn't lose too much. Most of the retail calls still standing are further dated. There's still some weeklies clinging on, but not nearly as many. So yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens tomorrow, and then we'll make a decision from there. But fingers crossed. Thank you guys all so much, and have a great night. We'll see you in the morning.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.